cutting-edge research in this population. It's different from like the elderly who die in a heat wave. These players actually, when they succumb to heat stroke, it's called exertional heat stroke. Okay. And it comes from being very active in this population. They're doing physical contact drills. It's warm and humid out here. They're in full equipment. So it's a situation where they're producing more heat than they're able to get rid of. So their body temperature rises very high.
Heat exhaustion occurs when the body can no longer dissipate heat adequately because of the amount of heat being produced within the body. When this happens, in severe cases, the body becomes overwhelmed and begins to fail, leading to brain and organ damage, or even death. Unfortunately, in 2001, Minnesota Vikings football player Corey Springer died when his core body temperature shot at over 108 degrees. His untimely death led the NFL to start studies to figure out how they can prevent this from ever happening again. One of the NFL's test teams is the Philadelphia Eagles. So Dr. Folks Godek has been working with the Eagles for several seasons and has already helped save lives. All right, so I know we're here at Westchester University and you're working with a lot of college dudes and everything. I've heard you work with professionals as well, correct?
Yep, been working for the past 6 seasons with the Philadelphia Eagles. You know, I started out thinking that rehydration using normal, rehydration drinks was the best way to go. I thought that it was dehydration that was the primary cause of athletes getting hot. And through my research with these guys, I found that that's not the case. So then we started looking at fluid balance and realized that these players can't stay in fluid balance, particularly the first 3 days of preseason, because they're not in electrolyte balance. And then that leads you to, okay, how are we going to put those electrolytes back? These offensive and defensive linemen sweat at an average rate of 2.5 liters an hour. So some of these players are losing upwards of 3 liters an hour, which might be 12 liters in a day of two-a-day practices. And the other thing that we found is that you can't just put the water back. You've got to put significant amounts of sodium chloride or salt back as well. And we're now to the point where we can actually tailor-make a rehydration and electrolyte program for each individual athlete. So we've really decreased the incidence of muscle cramps. We have made these players feel better. Therefore, that should translate into a better performance, because they really see it as you're watching out for them. So in preseason, when you've got 90 players on a field, you want to make sure that you're not putting them in jeopardy. So that's why the core temperature monitor is really important.
All right, Sandy, so this is 91, right? This the guy right here?
Yep.
All right, you want to show me what you're doing?
Yep. I'm going to put it in sports mode.
Okay.
Like that.
That's sports mode. Players. Okay.
I'm going to push in 91.
So what did you just do? 102? Check that out, really.
102.3.
102.3. What if you do a reading and the player's temperature is actually too high?
We actually go more still on symptoms. So if their temperature is high and they don't feel good, they've got the symptoms that suggest exertional heat stroke.
Not just the reading.
Then, yeah, not just the reading. That's the first year I was up at Eagles camp. We actually were taking players out because we felt they were too high, and they were actually fine. So now it's a combination of how do they feel, and then what is the temperature when when they're feeling bad. Actually,
I see.
And then we take them out, and the protocol is to obviously rapidly cool them down. Ice water immersion is the best way to do it. You can also do it pretty effectively with ice towels and those types of things.
Sure.
So it's a matter of getting their core temperature down as fast as possible. One of the myths people don't understand is it's not necessarily how high an athlete's core temperature is, it's how long they stay high. So even if they're at 106, 107, if they start to become symptomatic, it's a matter of rapidly cooling them. So you don't want to transport them from the field to the hospital. You want to initiate cooling right away. It's amazing the technology that was originally developed for NASA some 25 years ago has such broad implications in not just athletes, but huge implications in professions like firefighters and keeping our military safe and those types of things as well. So it's because of this technology that we've really gone way beyond what we were ever able to do in the laboratory setting.
All right, who can forget the stunning success that the swimmers had in the 2008 Beijing Olympics? Now, one of the big reasons for their success was the development of a specialized Speedo swimsuit called the Laser Racer. Now, this suit was proven to reduce the swimmer's time by about 2%. While that doesn't sound like much, over 60 world records were broken by swimmers wearing this suit. Johnny Alonso caught up with Olympic swimmer Katie Hoff in Baltimore to see how NASA wind tunnel technology helped in the suit's design.
Hey, how's it going? Okay, so as Jen just mentioned, NASA researchers are using their knowledge with fluid dynamics and wind tunnels to improve Speedo's Laser Racer swimsuit. All right, so wait, you're probably thinking to yourself, come on, how hard can it be to design a swimsuit? Well, let me tell you, it's hard. You have to test tons of different materials and designs, develop unique welding techniques, make sure that it conforms to international swimming standards, and much, much more. So after years of work with NASA, do you think Speedo's Laser Racer swimsuit was a success? Well, if you dial into the 2008 Summer Olympics, then you probably know it was a huge success.
Participants wearing the Laser Racer suits won 94% of the races that year. And check out the stats for world records broken. Over 60 of them were smashed by swimmers wearing the Laser Racer suit in 2008 alone. So this suit really made a huge difference.
In a few, I'll tell you a little more about how the suit was designed. But first, let's talk to one of those athletes who broke some of those world records.
I met up with three-time Olympic medalist Katie Hoff at the North Baltimore Aquatic Club in our mutual hometown of Baltimore, Maryland.
So you've been swimming for a long time. So when you put on the new suit, did it feel like it was going to make you any faster?
Definitely. I remember the first time I got to kind of test out the suit before I competed, and it was actually right over there, and I dove in the water and just popped up right away, just stopped, and I was like, oh my God, this suit is amazing.
So are there any obvious differences between the old suits that you used to wear compared to the new suit that you're wearing now?
Definitely. There are a lot of differences. I remember probably 2 suits ago, it was called the FS2, and I was only able to wear just a regular cut. I didn't cover my legs or anything else.
Sure.
And so that suit, it didn't have the compression that the Laser has, and even the next suit, the FS Pro, had some compression, but it wasn't the same in the core, and I didn't feel like I was able to kind of ride on the surface the way that I do with this suit.
All right, let's take a few minutes to talk about why the suit is so successful. But first, we need to talk a little bit about something called drag.
Whether you're an Olympic swimmer, an astronaut blasting into space, or even a passenger on a commercial airplane, everyone and everything has to deal with drag. Basically, viscous drag is the force of friction that slows down a moving object when it's traveling through air or water. So as you're moving forward, there's always the force that's slowing you down. The trick is to find ways to make an object move more efficiently. If you can do that, you can almost guarantee that object will use less energy.
So Katie, can you walk us through the suit?
Yes, well, this is actually only a Olympic issue one, because the other ones are usually just black.
Okay.
But so this was pretty cool. The sides when you did dolphin kick off the wall was really, really cool looking.
Sure.
So this part is the main part when I was talking about the core. Right through here really stabilizes your core so that it's very tight and
Right.
almost like a corset. and so these part you want over your hips, and then these are, this really gets your legs tight and streamlined, as well as the back of the suit. Basically girls don't look like girls anymore. It compresses everything, so that's kind of nice.
Takes all your curves.
Yeah, but it's definitely worth it, and helps you feel streamlined and.
Is it constricting anywhere? I mean,
it's it's really tight. It's just something that your race isn't that long. You can handle it.
Yeah.
So you just don't you don't want to wear it for a couple hours. Probably not the best idea.
So what did you think when you heard that NASA was involved in the testing?
I thought that I thought it was great that NASA was willing to help us swim for swimsuits.
Yeah.
You think NASA, you think space and all that. So
Right.
it kind of gave me a lot of confidence in the suit. The fact that we were going to be backed with such a great technology.
Starting back in the early 1900s through today, NASA has been using its wind tunnels to test everything from rockets to aircraft to make them more efficient. With this base of knowledge, researchers at NASA, working in collaboration with Speedo, tested over 100 different swimsuit materials in wind tunnels to see how they would fare. After years of exhaustive study, one material stuck out. It was called laser pulse. This material was superior because it was not only efficient at reducing drag, but it also repelled water and was extremely lightweight, meaning it's the perfect material for a top-tier swimsuit.
And check this out. Even the seams on the suit were studied. Why? Well, believe it or not, seams produce drag as well.
Even if the seam only slows you down a little, in the high-stakes world of competitive swimming, that could be too much. Even 1/100th of a second can determine whether you finish first or last. So tests were performed on traditionally sewn seams and on ultrasonically welded seams to help them identify problem areas. NASA's wind tunnel results help Speedo create a bonding system that eliminates seams and reduces drag, allowing the Laser Racer to become the first fully bonded, full-body swimsuit with ultrasonically welded seams. This process alone reduces drag by 6%. Another benefit to the swimmer is how the suit is constructed. The suit provides extra compression in key areas to help a swimmer use less energy, allowing them to swim more quickly.
Translation: more medals and more records broken with the suit. Now, all this efficiency really paid off because researchers were able to reduce the skin friction drag on the previous Speedo FS Pro suit by about 24%. This reduction meant that swimmers using the new suit reduced their racing times by about 2%. With that kind of jump, man, world records began falling almost immediately and are still falling. Oh, and one more thing. Let's not forget that NASA's using its wind tunnels to make the aircraft we fly more efficient too. So, the next time you board an airplane, just know that NASA technology has helped make that plane safer and more efficient. Hang tight, you're watching NASA 360.
Almost all of us, at one time or another, have taken part in a competitive sport. I'm talking from Little League all the way up to the pros. There are a lot of current and former athletes out there. But even if you've never played a sport, you might have heard the term "in the zone." What exactly does that mean? Basically, it's when your mind and your body are working together in perfect sync, and you feel almost unstoppable while playing sports. For example, if you play basketball, every time you shoot, you just know that you're going to sink the shot. Or with golf, every time you putt, you know the ball is going in the hole. Of course, getting into the zone is not very easy. Sure, in practice, you could sink that foul shot every single time, but how would you do with that foul shot if you are trying to win the big game? You have 30,000 fans screaming at you and 1 second left on the clock. Not so easy, huh? That's why top pros and Olympic athletes spend countless hours training their bodies and minds to perform perfectly at crunch time. They try to build a bridge between the mind and the muscles to perform in sync together. So what can you do to help your chances of performing at crunch time? Practice, of course. But how do you replicate the feeling and stress that comes along with performing at crunch time? Well, would you believe NASA can help with that? My friends Dr. Pope and Dr. Prinzel have developed a cutting-edge technology called the Zone that uses biofeedback to help athletes train their mind and muscles for athletics. To show you how this works, we came to the Kings Mill Golf Course here in Williamsburg, Virginia, where we will be testing this device with LPGA golfer Catherine Hall. While Dr. Pope is hooking Catherine up to the machine, let me tell you a little bit about the device. It's called the Zone, which stands for Zeroing Out Negative Effects. Basically, it uses biofeedback to help train a person to put their mind and muscles in sync while performing a specific task, like putting, for instance. Now, originally, NASA used this type of biofeedback training to help pilots stay alert throughout long trips, but it was found to work in many other ways, including sports. The device works like this. An off-the-shelf golf putting practice system was modified to monitor either physiological conditions or brainwave functions within the subject. If the subject is too tense or has the wrong brainwave activity, several visual and auditory cues will give them feedback, which forces them to alter their present state. For example, if the subject is not at optimal levels, the putting surface will undulate, the hole size will decrease, and the mounting laser will swing wildly. But once the subject's muscles or brain waves are at optimal levels, the trainer will relax, allowing the subject to putt. The objective for trainees is a perfect putt every time, even under the most stressful conditions.
It's awesome. Like it makes you think about relaxing your body, and not just in your face, but the rest of you.
Professionals, just like everyone else, get nervous and excited, especially in a stressful moment, such as making a putt to win the tournament. The ability to be able to relax and focus and concentrate, but mostly clear your mind, not have all those swing thoughts, not overthink the putt is very important.
Tell us why NASA, or how NASA got involved with golf and biofeedback.
This research started out, we were looking at trying to improve the attention and cognitive state just for pilots and air traffic controllers, trying to help them do their job better. And what we discovered is some of the same responses we were getting with pilots while they were on the flight deck or controllers while they were managing air traffic was some of the same things that we saw from other research that was for golfers, for example. So we thought, well, we could apply some of this technology to helping pilots because pilots and air traffic controllers really like golf. They like to do it in their recreation time. And this was a way that we can employ these techniques in a fun way, one that would make it very rewarding and keep them motivated, keep them wanting to keep doing this. And we've been highly successful with that. So we thought, well, let's just extend this and let's see if regular golfers would be interested in this technology as well.
Catherine, how has the zone helped you just in this time that you've been here?
Well, it's instant feedback on how relaxed your body is, and basically from head to toe. And when I'm over here and the laser's moving, as soon as I can calm everything down internally, then the laser stops and I'm able to putt at my best.
Now, do you get that feeling of stress inside? Maybe not here, but during a tournament? What do you do?
Well, when you're under pressure out on the golf course, everything gets heightened. Your heart beats faster and you get more adrenaline. And I think that the key for us out there is to control everything using our breathing, but this gives me another kind of physiological response and something else to think about that I can kind of tone down if I do get in a pressure situation.
Yeah, well, and you've really kind of controlled this machine. It's amazing to watch you.
Yeah, it only took a few, but I mean, it's great feedback, and I think, yeah, I'll probably be thinking about it now from more on.
Right. Can you do another one for us?
I'll try, yeah. Yeah.
So I heard you talk before about when you're getting ready to putt, you've kind of relaxed, but then you continue to stay relaxed based on this feedback.
Yeah, it's what it's telling me right now, and it's just, I think it's a calmness that you've got to learn to control, and you can control it as evidenced by this. So the faster that you can do it and the longer that you can maintain it, the better.
So is putting the only application for this type of biofeedback?
Putting was just the first application that we chose because a lot of the pilots and controllers reported that they enjoyed playing golf, and so this was one way we thought we could embed, in a fun way that we know that they would keep at it and keep practicing the skills that we had taught them while they were at our center. What we have found, though, is that since NASA's involved with quality of life, and we've learned is that we can employ this type of technology in essentially any type of activity that people find enjoyable.
There you have it. As you can see, NASA technology isn't just being used in space. All of us can benefit from it in one way or another. That's it for now. For Johnny Alonso, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Catch you next time on NASA 360. Welcome to NASA 360. I'm Jennifer Pulley, and today we're going to see how technology that was originally devised.
Now with that kind of jump, man, world records began dropping and continue to fall. That's not the line. So the next time you board an airplane, just know that NASA technology has helped it make it safer and more efficient.
You had 30,000 screaming fans screaming at you. That's twice.
In a few, I'll tell you how. In a few, I'll tell you a little bit more. I'll tell you a little about how the suit. In a few, I'll tell you a little about how the suit. Here. Whoa! Production meant that swimmers using the new suit. So. With some of the athletes that take this in the studies, I mean, do they have to give this back to you?
You know the one you took earlier?
Okay.
You need to give it back to me.
Well, you're holding it right now.
I know. After you take it, you need to give it back to me.
To watch the game wrapped in a blanket on a cool, crisp day.
In a few, I'll tell you a little bit more how the suit was designed. But first, let's talk to one of those athletes who broke some of those world records. Good?
They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. But what of these eyes and these souls? Next, we'll see just what it took for these cats to earn their stripes and spots. And show how one lady is using dogs to save cats. And then head to Kenya for an up-close encounter with lions on foot. This lion is looking at me right in the eyes. From pumas to panthers, cats are some of the most intriguing creatures to walk the earth. Intelligent, powerful, beautiful, and quite deadly. If you've ever gotten up close to a big cat, you know there's a definite mystique surrounding them. Plus, they can be pretty intimidating. Solid and muscular, these creatures can weigh up to 675 pounds and grow to 9.5 feet in length. Now, add to that grace, stealth, and speed, and you've got one of the most effective killing machines on the planet. So why then are these predators vanishing at such staggering rates? That's the mystery we intend to investigate in Saving a Species, the Story of Cats.
Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina, SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Animal Ambassador. And there's definitely something about big cats that makes me stop and take notice. Their mere size, strength, stealth, and beauty are all things that command attention. I mean, who wouldn't be in awe of such amazing creatures? Which is why it's surprising that so many big cats are in danger of becoming extinct. At current rates of decline, most of the 37 species of wild cats in the world could go extinct within the next 25 years. And what can keep that from happening? Becoming aware, at least as a first step. And rescued animals like Jasmine here, as well as the other cat ambassadors you'll meet today, can all help in creating awareness about wildlife in peril. But we're jumping ahead of ourselves. Before we talk about conservation, let's find out a little bit about the family of cats. And for that, we need to go back. Way back.
All modern cat species have evolved from a common ancestry that can be traced back more than 2 million years. But their ancestors go back even further. The cat's most ancient known ancestor lived about 40 million years ago, and it looks sort of like a weasel. The best known of the prehistoric cats is probably the saber-tooth. About the size of a modern African lion, this fierce animal hunted throughout much of the world, but became extinct about 11,000 years ago.
Okay, those were the prehistoric cats. But many centuries went by before the cats we know today hit the scene, or became domesticated.
And when they did, they played a big part in human culture and mythology for thousands of years. For centuries, big cats have been revered. Look at the Great Sphinx. It has the head of a pharaoh and the body of a lion. And the tiger has figured widely in the art and culture of the great civilizations of Asia.
And then, of course, there's the house cat, like Fifi here. The domestication process started as early as 3000 BC in ancient Egypt, where cats were regarded as members of the household.
There, cats were considered so valuable that the penalty for killing one was death.
Cats were valued in other parts of the world as well, mostly for their rat-catching skills. The ancient Greeks and Romans took cats to all other parts of Europe, and it was those early cats that actually were the ancestors of today's modern house cat.
But throughout history, not everyone has been so fond of cats. Their extraordinary hunting skills, beautiful coats, and supposed healing powers have made them targets themselves for poachers, ranchers, and farmers. Today, cats are still suffering from two major problems: illegal hunting and habitat loss. Some subspecies are already extinct, and others are on the brink.
We've seen that they descended from the first ancient cats who roamed the planet 40 million years ago. That common ancestry is what leaves cats with the same basic similarities.
All cats are carnivores, or meat eaters, and members of the family Felidae. But over time, cats have evolved into different shapes, sizes, and colors. Through evolutionary adaptation, marked differences now distinguish one species from another. Those built for speed over land, and others designed for climbing in the trees. Those who hunt by day, and those who are generally nocturnal. In fact, 37 species of wildcats now inhabit the Earth and are found on every continent except Antarctica and Australia. Those considered big cats are in the genus Panthera, which consists of tigers, The largest member of the cat family, lions, leopards, and jaguars. Cheetahs are the fastest land mammal on the planet. They can reach speeds of 70 miles per hour for short bursts, but long enough to track down their prey. That's faster than most roller coasters. Then there are the cats in the genus Felis. Although not considered big cats, these cats are still large and consist of pumas, also known as cougars, panthers, or mountain lions, ocelots, lynx, servals, and fishing cat. Cats of the forest, like tigers, leopards, and jaguars, are usually stockier and have much shorter limbs made for climbing. While those found in wide-open savannas, such as lions and cheetahs, are longer-limbed, built for running. And did you know that all cats can purr, but only 4 can roar? The lion, leopard, tiger, and jaguar. But there's something all cats have in common. They're extraordinary hunters with big appetites. The Siberian tiger, for instance, needs about 20 pounds of food every day to survive. At one meal, he can consume up to 100 pounds of meat, since he doesn't often get to eat every day. That's because 90% of hunts are unsuccessful. Predation is hard work.
With few exceptions, cats are solitary hunters who use their terrific senses of eyesight and hearing to track down their prey. They have strong limbs, sharp claws, and most, like Jasmine here, have long tails.
2 features often help them stalk their prey: patterned fur that helps them blend in with their surroundings, and the ability to creep silently through their habitat. And when they strike, watch out. Big cats are big jumpers. Did you know that tigers can make horizontal leaps of 33 feet? And some leopards can jump more than 10 feet high? Cats really are the perfect hunter and well equipped for the job. Sharp teeth, strong jaws, keen hearing, remarkable vision, muscular bodies, and agile limbs with powerful retractable claws, except for cheetahs, which are used for climbing, lunging, killing, and even scratching. Tiger scratch marks on trees serve as territorial markers. Some can even swim and go fishing. Even the coat of each species is specialized for the hunt. Spots, stripes, light and dark. This camouflage pelt helps cats sneak up on their prey. Leopards are differentiated from all other cats by the rosette-shaped markings on their bodies. Then there's the tiger's coat, orange with vertical black stripes. Those stripes are like human fingerprints. No 2 tigers have the same stripe pattern. They'll hide in dense brush and stalk their prey from behind, ambush style. But they're also expert swimmers. Tigers, like the Sumatran, seem willing to hunt just about anything, from fish and crocodiles to wild pigs and deer. Tigers hunt at dusk and may travel as many as 20 miles in a single night. That means extraordinary strength, stamina, and of course, night vision. That's right, cats can see up to 6 times better than we do in the dark. So it doesn't take headlights for these guys to cruise at night.
Well, now that we've found out something about some of the wildcats that are out there, let's take a closer look at some of the species who are really in need and who's stepping up to come to the rescue.
Some people are drawn to do the tough jobs. And this is the case with Dr. Lori Marker, founder of the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Based in Namibia, CCF's International Research and Education Center is recognized for its excellence in helping cheetahs and their habitats. And with less than 15,000 cheetahs remaining worldwide, they are in dire need of protection.
The Cheetah Conservation Fund has as a mission to ensure the future survival of the cheetah using integrated approaches in conservation, education, and research. We are multidisciplined in the work that we do and try to work on a lot of levels. And we're working to try to save the cheetah, both here in Namibia, but throughout its entire range.
CCF's current work involves examinations, including blood and tissue samples, to gain information into the animal's medical status, which can shed light on diseases that affect this species. Data on their range, habitat use, and habits are collected from past radio tracking studies, which gives insight into exactly what cheetahs do with their days. Many things are threatening the cheetah population. One factor impacting them is hunting and trapping by regional farmers. Cheetahs are stealthy, swift hunters, and captive farm animals make an easy target, especially when native prey are becoming more and more scarce due to farming and ranching in once wild lands. Livestock are the farmer's source of income, which comes down to his own survival. So CCF has launched an ambitious educational campaign geared toward the local farmers and has worked directly with them to respond to their needs while sparing the lives of the cheetahs. One innovative solution has been to breed dogs, specifically Anatolian Shepherds, and place them with farmers to guard their stock. In addition to training, CCF provides free medical care for the dogs, trains the animals, and teaches the farmers how to provide the best dog care and support. To date, nearly 200 Anatolian Shepherds have been placed as livestock guardians and have had a dramatic impact on reducing the number of wild cheetahs trapped and killed in Namibia. But not all cheetah conservation is being done overseas. For over 25 years, White Oak Conservation Center in Florida has been involved in research, rehabilitation, and conservation of a variety of animals and their habitats. From the rare oak hoppy to an assortment of African hoofstock, this Florida preserve has made a mark in wildlife conservation.
Basically, we're working with threatened and endangered species to provide options for the future. You know, there's just different opportunities for different species we have here. Each has a strategic plan that's worked out, dedicated what we're going to concentrate on, either research, breeding, conservation, reintroduction. So we look at all those different components.
Partnering with a range of notable organizations, White Oak also joined forces with the Cheetah Conservation Fund. Their mission? Stabilize the cheetah gene pool and bolster the population numbers.
The cheetah is hard to study in the wild. You know, it's a solitary animal and the mother hides the young. By having them where we can look at them and monitor them, and we've learned a lot about their basic needs, we try to provide a linkage between the species we have here and the species in the wild. And the chance of these cheetahs going back to the wild are very slim. But the knowledge we're gathering here does help generate enthusiasm, support for CCF.
A lot of information can be gathered about the cheetahs during this time, which can teach us how best to meet the needs of this species.
There's a lot of research that we do here at White Oak because of the number of animals that we have. We do veterinary research so that we look at some disease issues. We do reproductive physiology research, and we do behavioral research. And we can use that information to go back and see if we can help with any of the problems that they're having in the native habitats in Africa.
When the cheetahs reach a stable age, some are relocated to other facilities.
Every cub that's born, we look at within a 2-year period trying to place them into another zoological institution. The Cheetah Species Survival Plan sets up so that we can look at the genetics of all the individual animals, and then we'll have a better idea of who should be breeding with whom and who shouldn't be breeding with whom, which is very important as well.
White Oak's partnership with the Cheetah Conservation Fund has proven to be a successful merger and has served the cheetah conservation effort on many levels. But White Oak has been successful with another cat species as well, right in their own backyard.
The White Oak Conservation Center began its work in rehabbing Florida panthers in 1986 with the arrival of a male named Big Guy who had been hit by a car and was seriously injured.
Panthers that have been orphaned or injured in the wild are brought to White Oak, where they are treated medically until fit. The Florida panther is highly endangered, with less than 100 animals left in the wild. With numbers this low, the gene pool is limited, affecting the reproductive health of the population. Habitat loss due to building development and deaths due to car accidents have had a severe impact on the panthers as well.
Since every individual cat is so important to the population, those cats are brought here with the hope of salvaging them and getting them back out into the wild. And we do whatever we can do to make sure that that happens.
Then they're released into a 17-acre heavily wooded enclosure where they are allowed to build up their stamina During this time, their progress is monitored by video cameras to ensure the panthers can find prey and support themselves. After several months of rehab, the panthers are returned to their home range in South Florida.
A couple of years ago, we had a cat in here that went through 72 surgeries in order to repair one of its legs that had been broken in an accident with a car. And we finally got him back in sound condition. He was released, and since then he has sired at least 2 litters of offspring that we know of. So apparently his leg's holding up well, and everything's working as it should be. The news just doesn't get any better than that.
Busch Gardens and SeaWorld are active supporters of the Florida panther. In connection with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, they are working towards management of the feline leukemia virus. Information gained from this research will not only help manage the outbreak in the Florida panther, it will also benefit managers of other wildcat populations.
Florida isn't the only place where panthers are found. Out west, where they're also known as cougars or mountain lions, this cat faces its own set of challenges.
Once upon a time, cougars lived all over the American wilderness, boasting the most extensive distribution of any non-human land mammal in the Western Hemisphere. Secretive and solitary, the cougar is rarely seen by humans, though its distinctive call can be heard for miles. East of the Mississippi, however, cougars are generally presumed extinct. As we just saw, only one subspecies survives in the east, the endangered Florida panther. Until the mid-1900s, cougars in the west faced the same predator control pressures that wiped them out of the east, with most states paying bounties for killing cougars. But by the 1960s, public perception had begun to change, and many western states eliminated bounties and placed limits on cougar hunting. Some states have even stronger protection for cougars. California, for instance, banned cougar hunting entirely in 1990. So cougars in the West have fared much better than their eastern counterparts, due largely to vast public lands that support the cats and their prey. But as long as expanding human activities continue to encroach upon their remaining strongholds, the future of this cat will remain uncertain. Have you noticed a recurring theme yet? In order to save the cats, 2 main points keep popping up. 1, protect their habitat, and 2, educate people about the important role of predators in the environment.
As a conservationist, I sometimes wonder why I'm making the world safer for goats. But if you're interested in predator conservation, you have to be interested in livestock conservation, because people kill predators when predators kill livestock. If we want to make the world safe for hyenas and lions, we need to help protect these livestock better.
Dr. Lawrence Frank knows his predators. As head of the Laikipia Predator Project at the Impala Research Center in Kenya, he is a champion in the efforts of livestock management. So what does livestock management have to do with lions? Well, in the past decade, lion populations have been drastically reduced, mostly due to poisoning and shooting of these predators. Native tribespeople have been protecting their livestock for centuries. In the past, there was plenty of prey for lions to hunt, which meant they were less likely to kill livestock. But human population growth and habitat loss has made for poorer conditions and tougher times for predators. With less space and fewer prey, lions are more prone to attack livestock, and local tribespeople have resorted to aggressive measures to protect their herds. The Predator Project takes action by tagging and tracking lions in the region in order to keep tabs on their movements and to identify problem lions that repeatedly attack livestock. Dr. Frank's use of GPS makes this process very effective.
In order to find our lions, to figure out where they're going, how they're using the land in relation to people and livestock, the only way we can do that is to radio collar them and track them from the air.
Busch Gardens has long supported Dr. Frank's research, and I was lucky enough to be able to track lions with Dr. Frank in Africa in person. Hey, Dr. Frank.
Hey, Julie.
How was your flight this morning?
It was pretty good.
What'd you find?
Found number 50 and 51, which are a pair of females. We've seen them from the air a little while ago, and they had a couple of animals I didn't recognize with them. They're not far from here. I thought maybe late this afternoon we'd take a walk and see if we can lay eyes on them.
Oh, that would be awesome.
It might get interesting.
I can't wait.
Let's do it.
Easier said than done. We trekked through bush and across open savanna, following the beep of the portable tracking device, while Dr. Frank tried to lure them with a distressed animal collar. But no luck in spotting lion 50 or 51. We decided to move deeper into the bush, which eventually paid off. This lion is no more than 15 yards from us, looking at me right in the eyes.
Yeah.
I swear.
Yeah, I told you it was going to be fun.
Well, let me tell you, summoning a lion to within 50 feet of you is not for the faint of heart. They're stealthy, unpredictable, and, well, remember that distressed animal collar? These cats were expecting dinner.
These females are really wary. That's as much as we've ever seen of them.
She was a little bit upset, wasn't she?
Yeah, yeah. The last time we did this, she charged us.
A better understanding of how these lions move within their range and gaining insight into how they hunt has helped Dr. Frank find real solutions to livestock predation. The Predator Project offers local farmers viable alternatives to killing lions, such as providing stronger gates on their bomas or corrals, or installing solar-powered electric fences to fend off predators while keeping their livestock and homes safe. Cat conservation is a complex puzzle involving a lot of pieces and many players. Finding answers may not be easy, but with dedicated people and programs, entire communities understand that they can have an impact on the future of a species. On Laikipia Plateau, numbers 50 and 51 have Dr. Frank and the Predator Project to thank for that. Cats have long been hunted and killed for all kinds of reasons. They are killed because they're seen as competitors for prey. They are killed because they've taken livestock. They're killed to clear land for development. They're killed for sport. They're killed for the fashion trade. And they're even killed for their body parts, used for health remedies in some countries. The loss of cat habitat has reached dangerous levels as the human population continues to soar. You know what? Their problem is also our problem. The decline of a carnivore, such as a cat, changes the entire balance of an ecosystem. Let's take a look. Cats are linked to their prey, who in turn are linked to one another through competition for food. Changes in this food chain directly affect our environment, which means this directly affects us. And none of the big cats are safe, not even the biggest feline of all. Some experts say the Sumatran tiger could be the first large mammal to go extinct in the 21st century. Tigers once roamed from Russia to the Indian Ocean and across the Far East, but are now only found in small pockets of Asia. 3 of the original 8 tiger subspecies, the Bali, Javan, and Caspian, have become extinct in the past 70 years. And the 5 remaining subspecies, the Bengal, Sumatran, Amur or Siberian, Indo-Chinese, and South China, are all threatened by poaching and habitat loss. The total wild population of these remaining tiger subspecies has been estimated to be as few as 5,000. World Wildlife Fund is making a difference. They're making extreme efforts to preserve the tiger's habitat and implement anti-poaching patrols throughout Asia. Rangers remove snares and traps from designated parks, and suspects are taken into custody for police investigation. World Wildlife Fund field officers followed up on arrests, monitor progress of investigations, and draw media attention to pressure courts to act responsibly in sentencing. Since 2001, Busch Gardens and SeaWorld have contributed over $100,000 to World Wildlife Fund's tiger conservation efforts, and this important partnership will definitely continue.
There's only 5 of 8 tiger subspecies existing still in the wild, and SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is helping World Wildlife Fund to protect them. If you take the Sumatran tiger, for example, that lives on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia, there are only 400 of these animals left in the wild, and Sumatra, the island that they live on in Indonesia, is home to the most threatened rainforest on Earth. So SeaWorld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund is supporting World Wildlife Fund to do real work in real places and achieve real results in tiger conservation.
So what else can be done to help preserve cats and their habitats? To begin with, the habitats where cats live must be preserved. Laws that protect cat species and their prey must be passed and enforced. Ways need to be found to meet the needs of cats and humans, especially in areas where farming, ranching, and human settlements are moving into cat habitats. It's also important to support breeding programs in zoological parks to maintain a gene pool that can help wild populations when needed. Some people feel these animals can be kept as pets, which is never a good idea.
You know, wild animals as pets never work out. We have 2 facilities full of them to prove that theory. People see some animal that they think is really cool, and instead of expressing their love by helping that animal, they think to themselves, I want to own it. And then they find a way, usually against the law, to bring one of these critters into their house and figure out real quick that these animals belong in the wild.
Busch Gardens recently became home to 2 rescued tiger cubs.
The 2 orange tigers were actually a rescued animal from a private owner. They were in good condition and they were about 12 weeks old when they came in. We actually took them down to the nursery. It took a lot of time. We actually had to come in the middle of the night and bottle feed them. And when they were about a year old, we actually introduced them to our white tigers.
So then what can you do? How can you help cats bounce back from their population lows, protect them in the wild, and give them hope for the future? There's actually a lot you can do, from wherever you are. A major threat to cats is the loss of their habitat through deforestation. So buy recycled paper. Stay informed and spread the word about why big cats are so cool and why they're in trouble. World Wildlife Fund announced their most recent Pennies for the Planet campaign, which is an educational and fundraising program that gets kids involved hands-on in conservation. Their 2005 focus is big cats, so check out their website and download their newsletter. Here's something else. Don't buy medicines, trinkets, or skins of wildcats, or things made from resources found in their habitats. Get to know how your buying habits impact the environment around the globe. And remember, education can make a huge difference. This facility in California, Zoo to You, is a nonprofit organization that teaches kids of all ages about wildlife and the environment. Zoo to You is also a cat refuge, helping to teach people about the plight of these magnificent creatures. We've looked at several organizations coming together in the name of cat conservation. Pick one and get behind their cause. There are so many ways to support conservation, and you know, anyone, anywhere can get involved. They say that cats have 9 lives. Well, if that's true, then most of the world's big cat species are probably on number 9 already. The extinction of wildcats would be a tremendous loss to the world. The importance of their ecological role as predators is huge, and it's essential that we make every effort to prevent that from happening. After all, it's the human race that's responsible for their decline, and it's humans who can save them. Humans like you and me. From SeaWorld and Busch Gardens, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Cat Story.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman meeting. It is February 4th, 2025, and it is 7 p.m. Call this meeting to order, and we do have a quorum. Tonight the prayer will be with Vice Mayor No and the Pledge of Allegiance with Alderwoman Hobbs. If everyone would please rise for the prayer and the pledge.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you once again on a beautiful day in your eyes. And Lord, we just thank you for everything that you have done for us. Lord, we would ask that you look over our citizens, our community as a whole, and help this board make the right decisions. In these things we ask through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item we've got is to approve the minutes from the January 2nd workshop, the January 7th public hearing, and the January 7th regular meeting.
Motion to approve.
A motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We've got no one signed up for the public comment period. And then departmental reports. First, we've got Police Department. Detective Durham.
I'd like to defer to Director Patton on this, if he doesn't mind.
That's fine.
Here's your packet.
Denied.
Boy, Andrew, you love that word.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
I saw what was going on in the last meeting, so I figured I'd do a little something too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, I am the fill-in for the fill-in for the fill-in. That's what I came up with during this time. When I got asked to do this, Captain Call couldn't be here because he was sick, so I'm taking over for him. And luckily, I got to do the annual report too, not just monthly stats, so I'm doing real good tonight. As you can see in your packet, a few things I want to point out. We did a 3-year average, 24 versus a 3-year average on stuff. And towards the bottom, the 2024, on the bottom right-hand side is the 2024 versus the 2023 stats. I just want to point out mostly what I want to point out, some of the trends is the 2024 versus 2023. Our proactivity on the street is definitely increased. Drug offenses are up due to proactivity. Motor vehicle theft is down. Vehicle burglaries are down. From my world, the citizen complaints are down and internal affairs complaints are down, which is another plus. Having body cameras helps as well with that. Arrests are up, general with adults, juveniles, drug arrests, DUI arrests, warrant arrests, and a lot of that's contributed to the officer proactivity and definitely going beyond just the traffic stop itself. And of course, with the increased speeding citations, they've increased as well, which has a positive impact on crashes and injury crashes, which were both down from last year. So making great progress and strides along the way. Any questions?
The only thing that I'm looking at it here, and it's not a good thing or a bad thing, but it says citizens' complaints minus 70%. Am I looking at that? Is that something that that needs to be high so the citizens will be calling in instead of?
No, those are directly complaints on officers, on personnel. Officers. Yeah, so that's actually a really good thing is the complaints that are rudeness complaints or anything else that we may investigate.
So they're way down. That's a good thing. Yeah. I was looking at it in the other direction because I totally encourage citizens to call the police department because they're always saying, well, they don't come out or blah, blah. Keep calling. That's what they get paid for.
Yes, sir.
Worry them to death. Call them.
24/7 will be
Call them 24/7. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Any other
Thank
questions?
you.
Thank you.
Next up, Fire Department, Deputy Chief Matthews.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman. It's good to see you, Alderman Coates. Welcome back. You should have our numbers for January. They look pretty much the same across the board as they usually do. We had a slight uptick. This is the third highest month for responses that we've had in a while. We've had a few last year that were up in the 340s, but slight uptick in medical calls, but everything else is as normal. Any questions on these?
It's funny how they just kind of.
It is. It's
year after year after year.
You can set your watch by some of these. At 3 o'clock, you're going to get a call. At 3:10, you're going to get a call.
It seems like every year to year, there's only 3 or 4 difference, up or down. It's bizarre.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. David McGowan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board, thank you. You guys have the parks numbers for the month. You see 98 help desk tickets on our maintenance side, 562.5 man hours devoted to those. Our past events, Martin Luther King celebration here in the boardroom. This past Saturday was our annual father-daughter dance at LaVergne Middle School. You see our upcoming meetings, March 17th, Park and Rec Advisory Committee here in the boardroom at 5 p.m. We are actually going to branch out and start trying something new here. Our first attempt will be March the 7th at the Multipurpose Building. We're going to sponsor some community workshops. Our first one is build a bird feeder. Our staff is going to do that. We are going to supply everything needed for that. Pre-registration is required. We're going to cut that off at 25 people. That'll be our first one. We have 4 planned for this year. Our second one, we are partnering with Public Works, their mechanic team. They're going to come out and do like an auto maintenance type, just a hands-on, check oil, change tire, jump a battery. That's on plan for June the 6th. August the 1st, we're going to do a painting class. All of these will be held at the Multipurpose Building. All of them, there'll be no charge. And our last one scheduled is for November 7th. It will be a wreath-making class. We're partnering with our library. Donna and Tammy will be spearheading that. Any questions?
Not a question, but I will say Martin Luther King Day celebration, packed house, standing room only. Even with the newsboys canceling on us at the last minute, this place was absolutely packed.
Yeah, it's a good turnout. It's probably the best turnout we've had.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I'm glad that I was apprehensive to want to ask you about that stuff you just mentioned about the multi-purpose building. And I know we talked about it, Parks and Rec, and more people watch this meeting than they do Park and Rec. So for the folks at home that might be listening or going to watch it, what else is Andrew working on that we can hope to hear some good news about in the near future?
I think we are going to try to partner with the local organization to bring youth soccer to LaVergne. It's an organization that's established, and we think they can just move their whole turnkey program over here. So hopefully within the next month or so, we'll have some more information on that.
Excellent.
Any other questions? Thank you, guys.
The library, Miss Donna Bebout.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Alderman, good evening. If you will see, we have numbers from December and January, and I'm really happy with the way January turned out. Our numbers are trending up, and that's a very good thing. Wanted to talk about some upcoming events that we have. We have our live music featuring Hobo Road, and that will be on Saturday, February 15th from 1 to 2 p.m. Even though it's the day after Valentine's Day, they're going to do a sing-along to your favorite love songs. So we would love to have anyone join us. We have a great time. Another great program that is coming up, something new. We've never done this before. Mike Famillant is going to do a Bigfoot experience with us. It's a Do You Believe Tour 25. It will be on March the 27th at 5 p.m. I would love for you to go to his website and just check out some of the research that he has done, some of the great things that he has seen. And his biggest thing is, he said, what he encourages people to do is get off the couch, get out of the house, go out into nature, and you never know what you will find. Myth or not, still go out and go searching. So I think that's really good. If you notice, in my office, I've had Bigfoot come join me for a little while. So he is going to help advertise our great event that we're going to be having. And tonight we had dinosaurs in the library. They were still in the library when I left coming over here. We had about 75 people there. It was 4 beautiful, realistic dinosaurs that scared a few children because the pterodactyl came down and swooped down and we had some screaming, but it was a lot of fun. On the second page, you'll see this is our February 2025 events that's going on and will continue to go on through the 24th. Pretty much the same things that we have going on, except we have the dinos. And our programs are beginning to be more well attended, and we're excited about that. Our story times on Wednesdays all together now. It's become a family story time. Last Wednesday we had 27 children and 19 adults. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. And Books and Babies continues to be a very popular event. Do you have any questions tonight?
I've got 2 questions, Ms. Donna.
Okay.
First, you mentioned you want everyone to visit Mike's website.
Yes.
For those watching at home, what's that website?
Okay, I knew you would ask that. So, let me see if I can say it all together. In the shadow of the big red eye, dot something another. I will get that, and I'll have Jerry to put that on channel 3.
It's up there, Donna, on the screen.
It's on the
screen.
So Shadow
There it
of
is.
Red Eye.
Yeah, okay, so shadowofredeye.com. I was adding more words there. So I was trying to make it hard. Yes, shadowofredeye.com. Really interesting articles on there and some great pictures. It's just going to be a fun night.
And then I had someone ask me through social media, when it comes to ebooks, if they have requests for ebooks that doesn't show up on Libby, can they send that into you, or?
We will order them.
Okay.
From Overdrive, which is our Libby shopping site. So yes, just fill out a request like you would for a book. And on the request, we have book, DVD, e-audio, ebook. Just check what it is, and then we will take care of that.
Wonderful. Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Finance Department, Ms. Danielle.
Good evening. Excuse me. Included in your packet is the financial statements for the month of December. On page 1 is the general fund. Had a loss of $3.8 million. Sales tax on the report is the same as last month. We did not receive the December sales tax check until December 31st, which was a Friday. So that did not hit until January. I think it's probably because of the mail with the holidays and all of that. That check was $1.5 million. So if that had been reflected in December, that would have been a $288,000 increase over the previous year. Also, that would have been reflected in the general fund, and so the loss would not have been $3.8 million, it would have been $2.3 million. Water sewer fund is $2.1 million net income for year to date. Page 2 shows the balances for the cash accounts. In total, we have $65.6 million. The general fund has $30 million, and the water sewer fund has $14.5 million. On page 3, at the top, it shows the general fund and the water sewer fund, the current year compared to the previous year, year-to-date. And the bottom part is the sewer fund and the water and the sewer this year compared to last year. So what I did also was looked at how much the water was for last year as of December. It was 3.1 million. If you look at the bottom of for this year, it's 4.1, so it's approximately $1 million more versus last year at this time. The sewer fund, it was $3.9 million. Currently, it's $4 million, so that's about $100,000 more than what it was over the previous year as of December. Are there any questions?
Danielle, where are we with for property tax collection?
We are, as of December, I think we were a little over 50%, and so I know that the late, the penalties start.
Okay. Any other questions?
Doesn't start till the
end of the month.
End of the month.
February.
Yes.
Yeah, I was.
Yes.
We know where mine's at right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, last but not least, the water treatment plant, Mr. Danny Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Board. Hope you've had the opportunity to review our monthly report for January. There wasn't anything in particular that stuck out this past month. We did have a communication issue with SCADA, but MR Systems was able to come on site and get that up and running. We had a processor go bad in the PLC. We had an extra one on site. They programmed it, put it back in, and we were good to go. And we did have a visitor, but I don't know if that has to wait until February's review or whatnot, with Vice Mayor coming out. So thanks for coming by.
You can have my review now.
Let's do it.
No, we'll wait next month. I'll work up something.
I would like to get that a couple days in advance so I can review it. No. Any questions?
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2024-17, an ordinance to amend Title 20, Chapter 2, Section 20-208 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding parks and recreation user fees. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No. Aye. I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading, ordinance 2024-18, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule for Parks and Recreation user fees. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Haas. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No. Aye. I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading ordinance 2025-01, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne zoning ordinance by changing the official zoning map for tax map 14, parcels 2.0, 5.02, and 14.04, consisting of approximately 48.2 acres located at the northeast portion of the roundabout on Stones River Road, 1500 East near Schreibman Boulevard, and 480 Stones River Road from an R1 low-density residential zoning district and an R2 medium-density residential zoning district to a C4 government use zoning district. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on November 26, 2024. A public hearing was held on January 7th, 2025, which no one came up to speak. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion. Oh, go on.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No. Aye. I vote aye. Motion passes. Second reading, ordinance 2025-02, an ordinance to amend Title I, Chapter 1, Section 1-101 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the time and place of regular meetings. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
Motion passes. Moving on to the consent agenda. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. New business, first reading ordinance 2025-03, an ordinance to amend Title II of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding boards and commissions, etc. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve. Oh, sorry, you can get it.
I have two motions to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs and Haas. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. First reading passes. First reading ordinance 2025-04, an ordinance to amend Title I, Chapter 1, Section 1-103 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the public comment period. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve from Alderwoman Hobbs. I will second it. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. First reading ordinance 2025-05, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 drug fund budget. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Resolution 2025-01, a resolution to amend the employee handbook. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Mayor No. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Motion passes. Resolution 2025-02, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. Need a motion to approve or deny?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion to approve from Vice Mayor No. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
Aye.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
And motion or resolution passes. Moving on to board and committee members, we've got the Board of Zoning Appeals. We've got one term that expired on the 31st of January, and that person would like to remain on the board. No other applicants. So I will appoint Charlie Jones back to the Board of Zoning Appeals. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Next, we've got the Construction Board of Adjustment Appeals. We have got two terms that expired on the 31st of January, and we have not received any other applications. Both of them would like to remain on there. I'll make a motion to reappoint Lance Lee and Tammy Russell to that committee. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderwoman Haas. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. And then for boards and committees, last but not least, we've got the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We've got two terms that expired 31st of January. We've got one applicant, which is Giles Perry. So I will appoint him back to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. Moving on to first reading ordinance 2025-06, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding impact fees. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion? Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Number 16, motion to approve a non-binding letter of intent concerning the proposed purchase and sale of property located at 5175 Murfreesboro Road from Guernsey Holdings, ZRC Propco, LLC. I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Alderman Coates. Any discussion?
No, for discussion. I just want the folks watching at home to understand exactly what is going on, because there's going to be rumors and there's going to be questions, and it's just going to happen. So the city spoke with the appraiser about this property, and the appraiser told the city that, I don't know, can I mention who it was or should I not?
That's up to you.
Okay, so Kyle Brown spoke with them, and
After you called him out.
well, no, he said it was okay. I wasn't going to say nothing until he said it was okay. So Mr. Brown talked with the appraiser, and the appraiser told Mr. Brown that it's going to cost a minimum of $3,500 to get a reappraisal. The probability of this property being worth any more is very slim to none. And the company that's wanted to buy it, Zaxby's, has already committed an LOI. So, in my opinion, I'm afraid that if we wait, instead of getting $1,050,000, if we wait and get $1,054,000, we spent $3,500 on an appraisal, plus they may back out. I know that's a crapshoot, but it is what it is. But just want to let the citizens know that we are not selling this property for millions of dollars under appraised value. So that's kind of what's going on with that. And as Mr. Broker talked to me about it, it's kind of a part of a puzzle that needs to be put together, because the people that are looking at the property behind it, they want to see this road frontage, and this will complete the puzzle, if you will, to finish this off. That way, like I said, I just don't want people coming at us going, the city's selling property and they're selling it for millions less and things like that, because that's how things get distorted and divide the city. So I just kind of wanted to give a little rundown about that.
Any other discussion? Do want to say we are selling it for appraised value.
Right.
With that, Alderwoman Hobbs.
No.
Alderman Coates.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas.
Aye.
Vice Mayor No.
Aye.
I vote aye. Motion passes. Moving on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman Hobbs.
Just want to thank the Parks and Recs Department. My family had a fantastic time at the father-daughter dance. As always, you guys put on great events for the city, and we just really appreciate your hard work. So, thank you.
Alderman Coates.
It's good to see a lot of activity down Murfreesboro Road on the retail side, and more to come.
Alderwoman Haas.
Thanks to Parks and Rec for the last two events, the Martin Luther King Jr. event and the Daddy-Daughter Dance. Had a lot of fun and learned a lot. So thank you very much, and happy Valentine's Day.
Vice Mayor No.
I got nothing.
Well, I want to thank a group that's hardly ever mentioned here, and that is Joe White and his team with our codes enforcement, Rebecca and Thomas, and they're adding another person along, but they are working diligently on getting the city up to code all across, whether it's working with new businesses coming in or working with businesses that shouldn't have opened up in the first place. They're working through that. So it's a tough job what they do. They get yelled at by residents and business owners, but we appreciate you guys and thank you for what you do. With that, I call the meeting adjourned.
call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission February 25th, 2025 regular meeting at 6 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the January 28th, 2025 regular meeting and February 11th, 2025 workshop. We'll entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We do not have any public comments. Mr. Logan, do you have anything for us?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to our first item of business. Site plan, 470 Dick Buchanan Street, building addition of 1,642 square feet on 15.41 acres, requested by 615 Design Group, property located at 470 Dick Buchanan Street, tax map 14, parcel 50, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 470 Dick Buchanan LLC. Mr. Logan.
This item's a request for site plan approval at 470 Dick Buchanan Street. And you can see there on the screen, the property is shown there on the east side of Dick Buchanan. So zooming in, you can see the existing buildings. So these two buildings are fairly new, roughly 18 months old. So this site was here in the 2022, 2021 timeframe for the initial site plan, and that's when they built the two buildings that you see. Tonight's request is for a building addition of 1,642 square feet. And you can see the zoning there. The dark blue is I-2 heavy industrial zoning. And these are some photos of the site. See the two buildings that are existing, along with the driveways and parking. This site is used for trailer storage, truck storage, and also the approved uses were to do service on those tractor trailers. So the uses are not changing. It's just a building addition with this site plan. So you can see these dark gray areas indicate the areas where they're going to be adding on space to the existing building. And this is the building to the north, and that building is 12,000 square feet currently. So I think the whole site looks like the site's 15.4 acres, and this is a fairly straightforward ask, no overlay district. So there's no comments left. I don't see anything for any department. So we'll be happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments for staff or the applicant? If no questions, we will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item. Site plan, Co-op Business Park, new building totaling 252,072 square feet on 12.14 acres, requested by Kimley Horn, property located at 171 Waldron Road, tax map 15, parcel 24.03, I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by Tennessee Farmers Cooperative. Mr. Logan.
So this item is a request for site plan approval at the Co-op Business Park. You can see there on the screen the entirety of the co-op property. This is about 120 acres, give or take. And this specific request tonight is to take the previously approved buildings, which are numbered 2 and 3, and combine those into one building. So you zoom in here, you can see the entire co-op site in better detail. So it is a large site, and there's multiple buildings, of course, that have been approved that will be under construction soon. And you can see the grading work that's going on out there. We'll see that in a second. This property is also zoned I-2 Heavy Industrial, which is the dark blue color. So here's some site photos, and you can see the fence here in the foreground, and then the facilities there in the back. And this picture shows some of the grading that I mentioned that's going on. So there's a lot of earth moving going on for this project. And you see quite a bit of trees have been removed, and the grading continues there. So moving into the details, so they're asking to combine buildings 2 and 3. The new building square footage will be 252,072 square feet. So this is actually a reduction in space of 15,876 square feet. This image here explains probably best what's going on. So you can see building 1 to the west and then building 4 to the east. So 2 and 3 were in this general area between 1 and 4, and now those 2 buildings will be combined into one single building. Also, looks like all the staff comments have been addressed, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? If none, we'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item, final plat, Mission Hills, Section 2, 49 lots on 13.57 acres requested by SEC Inc. Property located on Waldron Road, tax map 29, parcel 22.02, R3 High Density Residential Zoning District. Property owned by Meritage Homes of Tennessee Inc. Mr. Logan.
Thanks. So this is a request for Mission Hills Section 2, and Section 2 consists of 49 lots on 13.57 acres. And this request, of course, is for final plat approval. Move into the maps here. So last month in January, we had Section 1, which is just off the screen here to the west. So this is the next phase. Zooming out here, you can see better. So this is Waldron Road to the left of the image. So Section 1 from last month is roughly where I'm pointing. And then as you move to the east, this is Section 2. So again, they're asking for approval of, get my lot count, 49 lots is what they're asking approval for with this final plat. So 49 lots on 13.57 acres. Zoning map, this green color is R3, which is high density residential. So this property's had the R3 zoning for many, many years, of course. And then there's some photos of the site, show the grading work. And lots of trees, of course. It's a very heavily wooded site. And that's another view there of the construction entrance when it was put in. So this image, you can see the Section 1 from last month that I mentioned, and then as you move here to the right side of the image, you can see Section 2 and how it's arranged with the whole site, how it fits into the puzzle. And then this detail sheet shows the lots along Vanguard Drive, basically lots to the north and south. And then they also intersect with Libra Drive, and then the match line, put the match line together, and then this is the other detailed sheet. So the other cul-de-sac shown here is Stardust Way, and then, of course, the remaining part of Vanguard. So that shows the arrangement of the lots, and I think all of the comments.
I have one thing I want to say.
Oh, okay. There's one comment from engineering, so I'll turn it over to Gary.
And this is just for the record. I did talk to the engineer, and they have related to the developer that we will not sign the plat, or I won't sign the plat until they have built everything except what's on the performance bond, because they're early in the process compared to what we're used to. So they know they won't get a final plat signed until they're up to binder course.
Very good. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? If none, we will entertain a motion.
Chairman, just real quick, I think
Please,
you
sir.
mentioned at the workshop regarding lot 46 and 47, the open space between the two.
Thank you. If you would, sir, name and address for the record.
Bryce Lott with SEC 850 Middle Tennessee Boulevard, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Lot 46, regarding that open space in between 46 and the back of 47 and 48, y'all brought up the concern last time about that spacing in between there. The reason that's there is there's a slope coming off the back of 47 and 48 just due to the topology, getting the roads to work. So there's a slope coming back off there. And there's sort of a natural barrier. 46 starts at the toe or the bottom of that slope.
So is the HOA going to take, who's responsible for that piece of property?
That will be the responsibility of the HOA, I believe.
Okay.
Any further questions? We'll entertain a motion.
Motion to accept as submitted.
Motion to accept. We have a second.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Next item. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen amend Section 4.010 of the LaVergne zoning ordinance regarding off-street parking requirements. Mr. Logan.
So this item, I believe Mayor Cole will be speaking about it, but it's basically some changes to the multifamily requirements of the zoning ordinance, parking requirements of the zoning ordinance. I'll turn it over to the mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Sir?
So this is just based on our conversation last month. This is going to update the multifamily, and so you should see the changes here. It's going to go from 3 to 2. Gated apartment complexes aren't changing. This is just for your multifamily apartments.
I want to make one clarification. We did make a typo in the proposed. If you'll basically, like the mayor said, the gated apartment complex with a minimum of 50 units needs to stay as is currently. And the only thing that would be added is, or changed, is the language for all dwellings except the gated apartment complex with a minimum of 50 units for multifamily apartments, 3 or more, and then adding the multifamily apartments, 3 or more section. So pretty much the gated does not change.
Correct.
And we'll make that revision.
We're okay to proceed forward?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
So this accept gated community proposed is 3 spaces per dwelling is what's listed. And should be allowed similar ingress of 2 vehicles. Figure 1, 4.1 and 4.3. So my question is, we don't have 4.2?
The figures were what's in the, like nothing has changed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just those figures that was already in the ordinance. Like I say, the only thing that's changed basically is adding multifamily apartments, 3 or more, as being defined as a specific use. And then those units or those types of projects require 2 spaces per dwelling unit.
And this puts us.
The gated apartment complex will stay the same, and then all dwellings except those 2 options will stay at 3 spaces.
And then this puts us on par with Smyrna and Murfreesboro and surrounding areas.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Chairman, my comment is, can we please ensure we put the figures in for the ordinance? Meaning the one that, as we showed, proposed, is not listed the figures. It could look confusing.
Yeah, we can put that back in.
Just so it...
Yeah.
Jim?
Yes.
We'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept this submitted.
This would be for a recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
So make a recommendation to send a favorable recommendation to the mayor and alderman as submitted.
Thank you, sir. We have a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We will be sending a favorable recommendation to mayor and alderman. And our final item, bonds and letters of credit update. Ma'am?
Good evening, Commissioners. You should have the current bond list in front of you. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Any questions on this item? Very good. And I'd like to thank everybody for their time. Meeting adjourned.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting. Today is January 27th, 2025. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes from the last meeting. I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion.
A second.
Motion for Mr. Chuck and a second for Miss Mary Jane. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So we'll jump right into it with this upcoming event. I hope it's as big as it has been the last couple of years. Miss Kathy, tell us about the father-daughter dance.
Father-daughter dance is this Saturday from 2 to 4 at LaVergne Middle School in the gymnasium. It's got an Aladdin Arabian Nights theme. We've got the photo booth, snacks, and dancing. We did advertise it through the school. They have a digital website now for the students. So it went digital to email to the parents, correct? So it sends them a link, and then they can see the image and the information. So hopefully it will be as big as the last couple of years.
To all the schools or certain schools?
Certain schools. I can pick the schools that support LaVergne students.
Okay. And there's no age limit?
Correct. Everybody is welcome. No age limit. Everybody. Sons, daughters, grandparents, parents, everybody is welcome. And no fee. It is free to attend.
Is the Mermaids going to make it this year?
They are not going to make it this year, no. No.
Those are a big hit.
So how does that work? Just show, is it a admission at the door for, like, if I decide to bring my daughter? Come on, let's go up here.
No, there's no charge.
No charge, no pre-registration. It is just show up and enjoy yourself. Walk-ins welcome.
From 2 to 4?
From 2 to 4, correct.
That's something for it.
Kevin, your daughter, well, your granddaughters too, would really enjoy that. This is and correct me if I'm wrong, Kathy, this is the one time a year that you can dress up.
It is, yeah.
Dress to the nines.
You can. It's so cute because the little girls dress
Yeah,
up and the
the little
dads dress up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll have a really nice photo booth that Bobby's making for us. So
Yeah, it's always a big fun time. I wish I had a little granddaughter to bring. And you got several, so.
I got 2.
So
Got a grandson on the way.
Bring him too. Yeah, just and I'll bring you up to date on this. The father-daughter dance at one time, we had some people on the board that felt like it shouldn't be called father-daughter, that it should be called, I don't remember what we used to call it.
Yeah.
What was it?
winter formal.
Winter formal.
Yeah.
And you couldn't, 10 people showed up. So go back to the father-daughter dance and just put it out there that anybody, and I think I put it on Facebook, anybody and everybody. Just, Any questions about that? And it won't be long. We'll be doing the Easter drive again. Is that you, David?
That is Kathy. Most of this
Okay.
stuff on here is Kathy.
I was trying to make you feel important.
That's all right. Hey, I don't mind them taking the lead. I'm good in the back row.
So the Easter drive-through is going to be Saturday, April 12th. It starts at 10 a.m. While supplies last. Otherwise, it is 10 to 11:30. It will be like the previous years where you funnel into the main entrance at the park and we'll funnel you out through the back at the condos. We are going to invite other city departments to participate as well. So it's a fun time. It's been a great turnout every year. So
We have this same conversation every year. It's organized. Every child, every parent, every grandparent is treated the same. It can be a little bit frustrating because of the traffic line. So anybody that's watching at home, or if any of y'all want to put it out there, get there early.
last year the guys filtered the cars through the front parking lot pretty good to where we could keep most of the traffic off of that main road. So at least get them into the park. And I think that went well. And we do have we have the golden eggs. So there are still prize opportunities with a drive-through.
And we got the Easter Bunny coming.
We do.
Any questions? Lord, they done got us down here. We're gonna talk about the Fall Festival already.
All right, Fall Festival. We wanted to discuss the music element of the event.
So, trying to get y'all's opinion on this, because that's why you guys are here. The last several years, we've tried to expand, and you guys know 5 or 6 years ago, we started bringing in some higher named acts or some acts that cost us a little more money. We brought in Resurrection. They were here 1 year. Then the Eagle Maniacs came the next year, and then Resurrection came back. Prince came 1 year, Prince Tribute Band. And as a department, we don't feel like we're getting a return on our investment. As much money as we are tying up into that, we don't think the crowd's coming out to see it. So our question is, do we want to continue to move forward and explore something like that? And we have some figures that we can share with you guys. Or we feel like we are getting as much play out of some radio stations and a DJ being there as we are a band on the football field or a band relocated somewhere. So that's kind of, we wanted to open that up to kind of get a little feedback. I know several of y'all have attended, and you've seen our attendance on that. So we don't know if we're throwing good money after bad, because we're having the audio tied up, we're having to rent a stage trailer, having to secure the bands. And if it's somebody that's not local, then we do have to go through the contract process. Even with our local bands, we're getting a little, they have a recognition, so they bring some people in, but is it worth still the rental on the audio and the stage trailer for what crowd we're bringing in? And we have tried it everywhere. We've tried it on the baseball field. We've tried it in the front parking lot. We've tried it in the front grass up there by the tennis courts. We have tried it, did I say football field? It's on football field. So we don't have a good answer for it. So that's kind of what we wanted to bring to you guys. Is that something, is anybody going to be heartbroken if we go away from the live music but provide a DJ or a couple radio stations?
But now, okay, along with this, we're going to have the parade.
The parade will still, everything else will still take place that day.
Okay.
It's just that
Just inside
we
the
can
park.
still explore the live music. We just feel like with the amount of funds that we're getting tied up in there, can we offer something better and do away from the live music? Or I'd say we are probably at an average every year we're spending $15,000 on stage trailer, audio, securing music acts. And then if we get a bigger name in here, I want to say several years ago, the Prince and those type tribute bands were probably anywhere from $7,500 to
Prince was 9,000.
Prince was 9,000. The others were $5,500 to $7,000. So, and you know, along with that goes to bring those people in here. You have to have the stage trailer here, and you have to have the audio on site. So we just want to throw that out there.
What did you think about radio stations? To see if like a radio station want to come out here and host it?
Not hosted, like the Buzz FM has come out a couple times.
Mhm.
Jack FM has come out, and they'll play music during the event, and they also do giveaways, and they interact with the public.
Yeah.
So
I
you get the
think-
music aspect, plus you get interaction.
Since there's not that many people, that would probably be the best way to do it with the DJ, and then they can play all different types of music. and-
We had a DJ at the block party, and not many people visit the DJ. We get more response with the radio station and the giveaways. than
Well,
with
that's
the
what I
DJ.
meant, the radio
Oh, okay.
station was it, because that's what they go with.
Right, okay.
Yeah, the radio personalities, DJ, come down and
Mhm.
that would be better than the live. 'Cause like I said, that would be too costly. I
Right.
mean, in this way, like I said, they can play all the music everybody
Well,
likes.
And with the radio stations, you buy a package and they advertise for you. So it's not just them coming, they actually advertise our event on the radio.
Yeah, that's what I was fixing to ask.
So it's part of a package deal. So,
I think that might be the way to go.
yeah, I mean, last
Well,
year,
We don't know what to do because we've explored every avenue, and this goes back 8 or 9 years ago to when we brought the Willis Clan in. I don't know if you guys remember, the Willis Clan had a reality TV show. There was like 11, 12, 13 of them in the family. We thought, all right, this is going to blow it out of the water. We might have had 100 people at the most there. And what that cost to us was, their figure was considerably higher than the $14,000. So
it seems like it's a part of advertising that we're having a problem with.
I don't know if it's advertising because even the Willis Clan pushed it out on their own stuff, and they had the reality TV show. So they were, I mean, at the time, they were pretty well known. It's just getting people to come here and listen to it. And, you know, Resurrection is a Journey tribute band. They're huge. They draw, you could probably look them up, and they draw thousands everywhere they go. And we had a clicker, and we probably had 125 people there. And if somebody drove down the road and they even looked at the football field, we were counting. I don't have a good answer. That's kind of like we brought it to you guys because we go over it all the time. What's the winning combination here?
Well, could we move it somewhere else, closer to the road, or?
Well, we have moved it. You know, it's been in the front parking lot in
Yeah.
the middle of everybody.
Right.
Several years ago, we had an outside rep come in, and he kind of did all of the music for us, and he secured the acts. And that was in the front field, and it's still in the middle of the day. There was one person on the bleachers listening to it. So yeah, we don't know what the answer is.
We have a good crowd at the food court. So last year we put them in the food court and still didn't get any foot traffic over on the music side.
I'd say radio station's the way to go.
I think, and I'll try to be as non-partisan as I can, but I think with LaVergne being so diverse that any kind of music you bring is going to be a hit and miss because if you had a band that came in that played majority Hispanic music, I think that would be huge because that's just the way our community is. I don't know that you could bring in, it's like I put a question out on Facebook the other day, name me one restaurant, just one, not two, just one, that everybody would agree on. There's not. There's not one. You're not going to satisfy. So the money's not worth it. I'll tell you something I would like to maybe look into. We used to kind of do it. Let's pick out a time in the summer there sometime. And obviously with David being involved, it would probably be the hottest, most smoldering evening.
But you can guarantee some rain to cool.
Guarantee it'll rain. But maybe look into having just a singled out music night by itself. Now, music-wise, I don't know.
Well,
I myself, all those bands, I even liked, I went to Nashville one night and watched, they had a band down there that was Motown. I loved it. But you bring that kind of band in, you're going to get a bunch of us old fogey people, a lot of the African-American people. The Hispanics ain't coming. Young people, my son and I was sitting at Chappie's today, and they had on Motown, and I was doing my best to sing, whatever you want to call it, caterwauling. He's like, Dad, I've never even heard of this. So the position you're in is not easy. And to answer your question, for that kind of money, no, I don't think you should even entertain it, because if people come to Fall Festival to come up there to walk around, look at things, the vendors, you know, I don't think it's worth the money myself. I don't know what the answer is, but I do know with such a diverse community,
any kind of one particular music that you bring is not going to satisfy, I should say, everybody, so.
Well, music in the parks, if we were to host some of those are more manageable for us because most of those bands bring their own sound equipment, and it also takes the stage out of it. So that's a savings there. So actually all we're paying for is the band. So that is more manageable for us.
We could
And actually, you draw the same amount. You'll probably draw a bigger crowd on something like that. When we used to have them, it would be generally we'd have 50 people. So we'd have more people watching that than you would at the Fall Festival.
Couldn't we, if you did something like that, a music in the park, could we not, the city, could we not furnish the stage? Is that a big expense?
Well, if you remember, if you know the concrete pad back there at Pavilion B, that's why years ago that was kind of formed and poured so we could host music back there. So we have an electrical outlet that will push all of that power required. And at the time, it was thought to host that in the evening when the sun goes down, and then people sit kind of back in the trees a little bit. So we had decent turnouts there.
Yeah, I was there a couple of times, but maybe not even have this discussion about the music. So let's keep, in my opinion, Fall Festival, keep it to just that. If you want to do a radio station that's a very minimal charge, then, pick out one that's willing to play some diverse music, if that's possible.
Well, you don't find too many of those.
You don't really find any of them. It's kind of up to the DJ and the radio station to play it, but like I said, we live in a community to where
They're diverse.
very. What do you think, Mr. Kevin?
Yeah, like I said, to me, it's a no-brainer. I mean, I would go with the radio station and let them do all the advertising and all the pub, but we need to get out to it because I think it's something to do with advertising. So people because I don't know any of those bands. I like music. All of them you just named, I don't know none of those. And I'm sure a lot of people around LaVergne don't know. Well, some may not, but I don't know. They wouldn't attract me because I don't know them. So, like I said.
When you're sitting on your lawnmower, what kind of music you got in your iPods?
I don't wear iPods. I just think green, man. I just think green when I'm on that.
I get it. But that's something that you got till, so you got 9 months, Kathy, that's just our opinions. Certainly my opinion. You know me, I'm very opinionated, but and it seems no matter how hard you guys, how much heart and time you put into this, you're not going to make everybody happy. It's not going to happen. All right, any more discussion about the Fall Festival? I know they're hard to get, good ones. Is there any way to implement a food truck thing into that day out there somehow?
If we did a music in the park?
No, just the Fall Festival, just more.
They have food trucks.
We have
more food. I'm talking about,
I think we had 18 last year.
Yeah, we generally try to limit it to 2 of the same kind, so they're not, you don't have 5 barbecue vendors and they're all competing and nobody's making money.
So if you have a music in the park, implement.
Just have a food truck
Food
or
truck
a couple
things
food
and-
trucks there for the audience. We could, yes.
I mean, we work hard, you guys work hard on trying to get things for the community. It's not about the city, it's not about Parks and Rec, it's about the community, and that's a tough job.
And we've got such a diverse bunch of people that it's kind of hard.
All right, so we'll move on to the, Lord, they've got us plumb up to December, the winter,
Well, there's a reason that's
the
on.
winter festival.
And it's because we want to keep you guys informed so you don't hear of something down the line and be like, well, we didn't know anything about that. We're on the Parks Board. So here's where we're at with the Winter Festival. 3 years ago, we tried something new. We were going to open up a crafts fair ahead of the Winter Festival. It is not working for us. It's not working for our vendors. We do not get the same vendors back because they're not selling enough the previous year. So the vendors we had this year, I'm not 100% sure any of them were repeat from last year. So our thought is, if it's not working for us, why keep putting forth the effort? Because we don't know what to do to make that better either. And we're looking at trying to remove that element out of it, but continue to keep everything else, the skating ring, the parade, the tree lighting. We're just not getting the feedback from the vendors that they want to come back.
I can see that mostly because of Mother Nature. This year was nice though, but you're gonna try to get a hot chocolate and coffee truck up there.
We talked about going back to the senior center doing that as well. It was a little more intimate event, so we were going to reach out to them tomorrow after today's discussion to see if they would do the cookies and the hot chocolate again. Because a lot of people this last year asked where the cookies and hot chocolate from the senior center were. They missed it. So we were going to still do Santa's Village, snow rink, fireworks, tree lighting, parade, and then senior center.
I know me and Mrs. Skinner had to run security for Santa.
Yeah,
No,
it was very popular.
Well, it wasn't the kids, it was the adults. Because they wanted to get in and out quickly, and they're like, just let my kid go through. And it was like, no, the line's back there.
And some of y'all may know some vendors that have set up at that craft fair before, and you can get some firsthand information from them to see how it went.
I don't think you have to ask them. I could see it, but I guess if they just wanted to, I'm sure you wouldn't say no to them.
I wouldn't say no if they wanted to come. I just, with the time, we have it from, excuse me, from 3 to 8, and with the parade being in the middle of that, it's just, the parade takes all the audience away from the vendors. You can't do it too much earlier because then that stretches it out, and you're not going to get the same people stay, or they're going to want to come around the parade and not come out twice. And you can't have it much later because it's cold after dark.
Well, one thing I've noticed, it seems like we're getting the wrong vendors. It's like people selling jewelry and stuff like that, and not everybody is coming there to pick up jewelry. And I don't know how to fix that. I'm just saying, like,
Right.
it just seems like it's the wrong group of people coming out.
It was originally plugged as Christmas gift items. Every item they sold needed to be a Christmas gift or Christmas themed item. It could be Christmas wreaths, so forth. We had those the first couple of years, but without the sales, they didn't come back.
Yeah.
So at this point, it was, okay, if you want to attend, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. It just, I
Yeah.
remember I went through all of them and looked at them, and I'm like,
Yeah,
yeah.
so.
Hot chocolate and cookies is good with me.
But I think if there's some way that we could have it like indoors. I know it's.
Yeah, with the snow rink being in the park, it limits us to being able to move it anywhere else.
Right.
And that's part of the festival.
Yeah.
As we had discussed that as well.
Okay.
Speaking of the snow rink, Andrew, you were probably up there quite a bit. How did it go this year?
We actually had probably 450, 500 participants this year, so it's definitely increased from over the previous years. So we got a lot more traction this year, and we did keep it open a few extra days back in beginning of January that we did have some families come out and use it that time also. So that's something we'll definitely do next January also, probably.
Sad to say, I didn't.
We didn't see you out there.
No, I couldn't hardly walk.
But yeah, we definitely had more participation this year than we've had in previous years.
Yeah.
Did Kevin come up and put on a display, or?
No, I was out of town.
He was out of town.
I was out of town. I was coming though.
I'm gonna put you on the spot. Miss Hope's already told me to put you on the spot for putting her on the spot about singing.
You didn't get her to sing.
No, but I didn't get none of this. Okay, any more questions about we'll be talking about this as the year goes along, but every year I say the same thing, man. It'll be. I know it's January, but all this stuff will be here before we know it. All right, so I guess we'll move on to soccer. Who's that?
I'm going to turn that over to Andrew, but we hit you with two things that we're removing. Hopefully, he can shed some light on what we're going to be adding.
You taking the ball away?
What's that?
So you're taking the ball away?
Oh, they didn't renew their contract, the baseball, softball league.
No, I just meant like.
Oh, no. He's got good news for you, hopefully.
So about a week and a half ago, I've been in talks with a organization to be named at a later date, but they are excited about coming to LaVergne to host youth soccer on our baseball fields in the outfield. They have approximately 12 to 18 teams where they're operating right now, and they're running out of space. So if we can, or we're going to get all the legal work done, but we get the legal work done with the city, hopefully by August, we'll be able to have soccer August through October over at Veterans Park. So we're definitely moving forward once we get all the paperwork finalized on that aspect. I just got an email from them today saying they were excited about coming over here. So they're established, and they got a good name in the community, and I think it'll be a great fit for our city.
When he says 12 to 18 teams, that's what they currently have, so they are out of space.
Yeah.
But they will also open that up. It's local here anyway, but it'll be pushed out to LaVergne families also. I think their concern is they're going to be scrambling to get coaches, because this is going to blow up. It's going to blow up on us.
Oh, it's going to explode. So before I start asking all my questions, y'all go ahead.
No, I'm not a big soccer fan, but I do get to come sometimes and watch them play. And I think if we can get somebody up here, we got kids that want to play soccer.
Miss Mary, what I know about soccer, you could put on the end of that ink pen. But what I know about kids and soccer, you couldn't fit in this building.
Oh, no.
So we looking at particular ages?
So right now, they currently operate, I believe, from 3-year-olds to 10-year-olds. So that's the foundation they're working with right now. Maybe in the future, they might be looking to expand, but at the moment, that's their age demographics. And that fits perfect for the park because we don't have a full-size regulation soccer field in LaVergne that the city owns. So we're able to utilize our baseball fields with those age ranges.
So that's a great, that makes me think of a good question, or I think so. Does like a 3 and 4-year-old, do they play on a smaller field than a 10-year-old?
Yes.
I don't know.
It's just different dimensions for your age brackets. Even the goal sizes are different for each age division.
And I'm sure you all have talked about it, and I usually keep up with this, but I kind of been out of source. What's your tentative plan for the parks up there?
As far as soccer goes?
As far as fencing and...
They're going to be playing on our existing baseball fields because, the current league didn't renew their contract, so... We have an organization, a homeschool organization, that's going to use a couple of fields on the front. This organization seems to think they could use two fields on the back, possibly 3. We may dedicate one whole complex to them so we can kind of rotate them in and out so they're not beating the field up all the time. But according to him, he thinks he can get at least 2 junior-sized fields on one outfield.
So you plan on using front and back baseball fields
Yes.
until we get an RFP out for baseball and softball, or what?
Somewhere down the line, this organization may step off into that also. So
Okay.
we really haven't kind of in the department discussed the baseball, softball because we knew it wasn't coming this year. So our main attention turned to soccer.
Okay.
If we can get soccer in here. I don't have an answer to baseball, softball. I don't know if that's ever going to be successful here. I just, it's hard for the Parks Department to say that, but I don't know what the winning combination.
I think it's a realistic statement, David, because of because of our diverse community, and soccer is where it's at. But I think maybe instead of us going chasing it this time, I think it'll come to us.
Well, the one good thing I will say about soccer is, as far as our department goes and their organization goes, there's way less moving parts to this thing. We don't have to track money. We don't have to chase money down. They don't have to wait on us to prep fields, so it takes a whole lot of that legwork out of it. They don't host tournaments. They don't turn a profit. They don't owe us any money. We don't owe them any money. It's just kind of more like a partnership that's working together instead of us having to schedule our staff 3-4 weekends out of the summer to host tournaments. This kind of take that out of it. And I think our community is going to get a way bigger benefit on the front end for trying to make soccer work than it would be at this point with a baseball, softball league. Not saying we want to get away from that. At some point, we'd definitely like to revisit it. We'd almost have to. But in our tenure here, it hasn't been very successful.
So they're going to furnish their own goals, their own striping.
So what we've discussed currently is the materials that they have now. If they were to come in the fall, they would have their own goals, and they would initially line out the fields themselves. Our staff at the park would come back in and paint the fields weekly, but they would be supplying the product this year. Now, in the future, that might change if they were
Right.
to.
I'm excited. I'm glad we're getting started because I think it'll grow like wildfire. What about the concession stands?
They do not have any concession stands usage, so that's they come.
So all you got to do is open up the bathrooms.
They come in. This organization has a paid representative that stays on site with all teams, coaches, the entire time that something's happening. So that individual is the one that's responsible for locking up the bathrooms, opening the facilities, things of that nature.
And what about our legal team? Are they?
They have been notified, and everything that they have sent back with us has been positive.
Good. Well, I'm excited. I know I've been wanting it for a long time. I hate about the other, but it just doesn't seem like kids, and I'm not picking on Kevin, but if we had more Kevins as far as volunteering, coaching, and things like that, things would be good, but we don't, so we have to move on. All right, I'm excited about that. Stay tuned. We'll be watching. Anybody else got any questions about soccer? And now workshops. I don't know what that is, so I'll just turn that over to whoever.
That's going to be Kathy and Molly, I think.
All right.
Oh, Molly. All right, Molly, step up to the microphone.
So we have been, we have been discussing maybe offering some workshops out of the multipurpose building quarterly, free to the public. So a woodworking workshop, back to the basics, auto care workshop, just different things free to the public that different age groups. So the woodworking could be for kids, like the local hardware store does build a birdhouse or whatever. And then the auto would be the teenage driver age group, show them how to change oil, check their oil, change a tire, just basics that they might not already know.
Man, I know a bunch of people that need that.
Yeah, and then some other ideas we can come up with. So right now, we're looking to maybe do it quarterly on a Friday at the multipurpose, maybe starting at 6 o'clock, and then however long it takes for each individual workshop.
So you're gonna set up like stages, or,
State as far as the auto, or
I mean, if you're doing all that inside of the multipurpose, are you gonna have like a different?
well, it'll be
word, a booth?
one workshop each session. So the first one's probably going to be the woodworking.
Okay,
So,
I got
right, yeah, because we'll probably do one a quarter. So the woodworking, we have somebody in the department that could show them how to build a birdhouse or a wooden toolbox, whatever kit we decide on. And then the next one, somebody else, it would be outside, so that one's not going to be in March, with nicer weather, to show how to do maintenance on a vehicle, just for the ones that have never been shown, that would know how to take care of it themselves. And
You
then
got people lined up for these things?
we haven't, this is the first, we've looked into it, but we've not talked to the public about it. We're bringing it to you first.
Oh, I bet there'd be several people that would volunteer to, even the high school, and, yeah.
We have the city mechanic, he's agreed to do the basic auto.
Thomas, that's a good one.
And one of our staff can do the kind of wood shop. We may try to partner with other departments within the city at some point, maybe the fire hall, just kind of get them over there. Kids will go fire engines and stuff like that, maybe the library one night. So, yeah, we're kind of kicking around different ideas. It's something we had thought about several years ago when the Parks Department thought we were going to take over the police substation, and then that kind of went to the wayside. So this is another idea. Our building's not really renting 100% of the time anyway. So Kathy wanted to kind of offer something back, and she kind of felt bad because she wanted to get rid of music. And she was like, I got to replace it with something.
It's just something else to offer to the public.
I think that's awesome, Kathy.
Good.
Whoever came up with that, have you, do other cities offer that?
I've not looked at it to see, honestly.
I don't think so.
I don't think they do. I know a lot of cities have contractors that offer. A lot of cities don't even do the events we do. They have outside organizations that host a lot of their events.
Kevin can come over and teach them how to sharpen lawnmower blades and check oil, and I'm gonna keep you busy.
Yeah, I see. It's good.
No, I think that's great. I think there's a lot to that because, man, I know when my kids were young, I taught them how to change tires, check the oil, power steering, you know. I'm sure our guests in the audience ain't got a clue about what we're talking about, so no, I think that's a great idea.
This is things that they used to have in schools.
Things we need to bring back.
Yeah,
They don't have that in schools anymore.
good common sense thing. All right.
We could have a cursive writing
I
class
know, that's
one
what I was
night,
thinking.
or balancing check.
Buddy, I would be,
Right there.
I'm terrible. I didn't know how bad I was. I really didn't.
All I can do is write cursive. I can't print. You can't read my printing.
Yeah.
I can hardly sign my name. I've forgotten how to make letters. All right, so let's move on to the next one, movies.
Okay, so because of the weather with our movies having to cancel for wind and rain, we have purchased a drop-down movie screen for the multipurpose building. So we're going to start hosting movies out of the multipurpose building as well.
Well, that'd be great.
And we'll probably start with maybe a summer series like we did a few years ago for when the kids are out of school, maybe one a month, for June, July, and August.
Can we put some stuff to help with echo in there?
Baby steps. We got a movie screen.
I don't think that stuff's that expensive.
Yeah, the acoustics in there is not good for music, but,
But
you know, people just, you know,
Yeah.
that's great. It's
Yeah.
awesome.
It's a good idea. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
you play a movie, get a bunch of kids in there.
Oh, I know. We've had it at the school the last couple times, but it is so it's such a big gymnasium, and for the crowd that we get, we can easily host them out of the multipurpose building.
Do you get a big crowd?
I mean, last time we got about maybe 40 people.
So there again, this is just my opinion. You can run with it. I think you should pick out a movie that is in Spanish and make sure we get it advertised. And the Hispanic kids, parents would come to that, because even though the kids speak English, the parents do not, but they're the ones that have to get the kids to the movie. And they're not going to bring them if they don't understand them. And I think that it's time that we start catering to the diversity of we can't do it for everybody, because we probably got 25 different ethnics in the city, but I'd like to see our children, and I think it'd be a good place to maybe talk about soccer.
Start recruiting.
Well, just putting it out there, because, there again, those parents understand it. To whereas a parent like me or grandparent, I come watch the kids have fun, run and have fun and sweat, but as far as what's going on, it's like hockey. I support the Preds. I love that the people are flocking, but I don't know anything about hockey. And I'm not afraid to admit it. So any questions, concerns, comments? All right, as you all know, I have changed the meetings. If you get mad at anybody, it's all on me. It's not got nothing to do with the city or the mayor. It's all me. So our next meeting will be March. I've decided to start having them every other month, unless there is something that maybe we need to meet about. Molly will send us a thing, and we'll try to make a special meeting, but every other month. So our next meeting will be March 17th, 2025. With that, I'll call this meeting adjourned.
Stand back, sir.
The time is now 5:03, and I'd like to call this meeting of the LaVergne Library Board to order. Today is January 13th, 2025. Our first order of business today is our board appointments, and as I am not your normal host this evening, I would like to open the floor to any nominations for a board chair.
I'll nominate Glenn back to chairman for rejoining the board.
I second.
Okay. With a motion to nominate Glenn and a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Glenn, congratulations, and you can take it away.
All right. The next order of business is to appoint a library board vice chairman. And do we have any opening nominations?
Well, then I will nominate Leslie.
All right. I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We have Leslie.
Congrats.
Congrats. All right. We'll go on into the minute.
I got so excited to chair the meeting that I skipped over approving the meeting minutes.
Well, we can go back and do that, right?
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
We'll go back and we need to approve the minutes for the November 4th, 2024 regular meeting. You should have a copy of those in front of you. Have a motion to approve the minutes.
So move.
Second.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The minutes are approved. We'll move into FYI and updates, and we'll start with. I'm glad we started with that one and get it out of the way early.
Absolutely.
The vandalism that we had on December 13th at the library. And do you want to go ahead and just talk about that?
I think you tend to know a little bit more about it. I'll just start, and then if you could fill in for
Okay.
me. So on December 13th, most of you have heard or have read about the vandalism and break-in that we had at the library. It started around 9 o'clock
PM.
and yes, in the evening on that Friday night, and our visitors stayed with us until about 2 a.m.
2 a.m. Yep.
The most damage that was done was to the back door. A very large stone was thrown through the door, skidded across the floor, and hit our circulation desk. And I'm going to let Glenn, because Glenn pulled the footage for us, which we really appreciate, and we appreciate all the great cameras that we have in there. So Glenn, if you'll just fill us in with just highlights.
Yep. He came in that door. Well, he walked around the library for a little bit, just looking around, and then he broke the door at around 2 and came in, and then looked like he apparently went over into the gallery area and slept for a while, because he didn't show back up until probably about 1:30ish. And then he just roamed around the entire library, opening every drawer at every circulation desk. He tried to get into the back offices, but they were locked, and he didn't try to break anything. Luckily, he just went on his way. And then he went out the double doors to the lobby, and he tried to prop the door open. And little does he know that the stopper on that door is not good, and unless you wedge it in a certain area, that door will shut. And so he went to the bathroom, and the door shut, and it auto locks. So he locked himself out, which I thought was nice. And so he tried to get back in. He ended up going out the hallway, exit door, walking all the way back around the library, coming back in the back door, went and got his stuff, left through the front doors of the library, and then went over to the 7-Eleven to apparently try to steal candy bars. So, pretty lucky that that's all that happened.
Yes.
You know, he was in there a long time and could have done a lot of things. So, and as part of that too, we have a quote already for a burglar alarm at the library. We talked with Donna about that. It's I think it was about $5,000.
Yes.
It came in a lot cheaper than we expected. So we'll be moving forward with that just as soon as we get all the approvals and things like that done. So.
Thank you, Glenn.
And he was caught.
Yes. To my knowledge, he turned himself in, but they were very hot and heavy on him, and thankfully for all the public that put out the word and shared the post that the LaVergne Police Department had put out. So he was in custody.
Wonderful.
So, and like Glenn said, there could have been a lot of damage. He could have even just gone through and knocked all the books off the shelves. Of course, any money that we have was locked up in the back offices, which I teasingly say that we're like Fort Knox, but I'm so thankful that we are, because at night there are certain doors inside that we do lock, and that worked out well. The new door is on and looks great, nice and clean.
Come see that.
So that was great. The tiles, there wasn't a lot of damage to. So all in all, we were fortunate. The biggest damage that was done was that we had to cancel our Santa visit for that Saturday, because when he came through the door, burst the glass, he walked through the glass and then he walked all over the library. So we had glass everywhere. And so that's why we had to cancel, but we did reschedule. And like Glenn says, we do have Turner Security, who came out, gave us a good quote and a very good monthly amount, so it's not going to cost that much. Turner Security does our fire alarm system, so we feel very fortunate for them to come out and help us out in that way. And for 22 years, this is our first major thing, so I feel very fortunate for that.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. You just want to go ahead and continue with
Sure.
the agenda there?
All the rest of this is our FYI for your information and some updates. Our Saturday, December the 14th. Nope, it was the next Saturday, the 21st, correct? That would be 7 days. We had Santa at the library. We had a story time to begin with. Thank you to Alderman Haas, who came out and joined us for our story time and for our visit with Santa and helped us give out our goodie bags. We had approximately 244 in all. I think we had about 105 in our story time, and it was a lot of fun, and Santa was in rare form and had a very good time with the children. So it worked out wonderful. And also a big kudos to JJ from the fire department. He came out and his photography skills are amazing. Still have not got those pictures out on Facebook, so we're working on that.
And there was one other special guest.
Oh, yes. So we had the Grinch. The Grinch came, and of course, he is wonderful with the children. He did a great job with entertaining them, and it's kind of funny. A lot of children love the Grinch just as much as they love Santa. So that worked out good. And we also had an elf for story time, Danny, who did a great story. So we appreciate that. We have our book sale going on now. It started January the 2nd through February the 1st, or until we sell out. We still have quite a few great books that have been donated to the library. Books are very inexpensive, 50 cents for hardback, 25 cents for paperback, and all children books. So would love to have everyone come out and peruse our books. I apologize. The next thing I want to talk about is story times. We have been going back and forth with our story times since Miss Lorna has retired, and we do not have a youth services coordinator. So it's been a little bit difficult. On Mondays had been just our homeschool story times, and we would have various ages in there, so it was very tough to stick with like a specific science or math or something of this sort. So we have decided that we are merging the Monday and the Wednesday story times. Now, Wednesdays was preschoolers, Mondays was homeschoolers. So now we're going to have on Wednesday at 10 a.m. all together now. So I'm going to be doing a family story time. And the Wednesday story time is one that I had started after Lorna left, or I had taken over. And it works out really well. We're going to do a lot of intergenerational activities. We're going to do stories, music, movement, arts, crafts. And my goal is to use the older children who come to the story time so that they don't feel like, oh, this is real babyish for me, to help out with the youngers. We're going to partner up, kind of be like a big brother, big little sister, or vice versa. So I'm looking forward to that. I love the theme all together now, because that seems to be a big theme at the library. We have families who come with a baby all the way through 12-year-olds, and they may be homeschooling. And so you have all of those ages in one room, and you're wanting to reach each one. So it's going to be challenging, but it's going to be fun. We are sticking with our books and babies, though. That's Miss Sherry's story time. That's on Thursdays at 10 a.m. It's for ages birth to 24 months. This is a lap sit program. I say lap sit very loosely because they are all over the room. But it's so much fun. And it's just introducing early literacy. She uses a lot of nursery rhymes, a lot of poems, music, movement, very short board books, and just a great way to set examples for the parents on how to read to their children, even to the little bitty ones. And it's a very popular program. And then I wanted to just bring it here because it's in February and we won't see each other again until March unless you come over to the library. We're going to have a special program called Dinosaurs in the Library. I had Struts Entertainment reach out to me back in November, and they are going to be in Middle Tennessee. They have 4 realistic, kind of short size, but realistic looking animatronic dinosaur puppets. And so they teach in a very educational, fun, and high energy way. So we're looking forward to that program. We're doing it on a Tuesday night so that we can possibly bring in more families. And that will be February the 4th at 5 p.m. So I will be sure we'll be getting that out on Facebook. We'll be getting it out to everyone. And before we go to the library board schedule for 2025, I would like for you to pull your schedule here. If you will see on the back, children's story times. Of course, our first one is going to be the 22nd. We are waiting until after Martin Luther King Day to do the first one. And that will be the 22nd and 29th of January, all together now for all ages. And then the 23rd and 30th would be our books and babies. And I love the blurb. Discover the joy of stories, songs, and community at our all-new, all-together now story time, perfect for all ages. This inclusive event brings everyone together to celebrate the magic of storytelling. And I know, Carissa, that clicks with you, being our librarian. And then you will see the different events that we have going on. Tonight, we have going on right now Lego Fun for ages 5 through 12 and Strings and Things for ages 18 and over. So as you can see, we do a lot of things for a lot of people. Okay, Glenn, would you like to go over the library board schedule for the rest of this year?
Sure. The 2025 library schedule as follows. Today is the 13th. The next meeting will be March 10th, then May 12th, July 14th, September 8th, and November 10th.
Okay, and I appreciate you all. And as I have said before, my goal is to get these agendas out to you early, and that includes you, Jerry, so that Jerry can do his job. Thank you for bearing with me tonight, and then I'll turn it back to Glenn.
All right, we're down to library board comments. I'm sorry, I don't know everyone's last name yet, so Ms. Clear.
Yes, sir. All right, so as always, Ms. Donna, the library does a fantastic job. But I also want to highlight how our city supports you. So we are very fortunate in LaVergne to have our city government support the library and understand the importance of literacy and what that library does for our community, the doors that it opens. So just can't say enough great things about LaVergne.
Thank you. And we want to let Carissa know that we are keeping her and the libraries in the schools in our prayers for some things that they are going through right now. And we appreciate you advocating for the children. Thank you.
Alderwoman Haas.
This is my first meeting. I look forward to joining the library board and joining the events at the library. I had a blast at Santa.
Good.
And the reading, I don't think I can do the babies, but the older kids and stuff, I'm looking forward. And of course, being
Right.
retired gives me the flexibility to come out and do things. So I look forward.
We look forward to seeing you. Thank you.
I wanted to first of all say that I'm first of all, I'm very sad about what happened with the vandalism and the break-in and everything, but the resilience that the staff has shown is very impressive, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. I know, having experienced something like that personally, even at work, it can be jarring, right?
Yes.
And emotionally, so just wanted to acknowledge that. And then I also wanted to say, lately I've been mainly using, electronic books from the library, but I had to come in and renew my library card, so better show my face, right? And I just wanted to say that it was delightful. I mean, all I did was go in there and renew my card, but,
Great.
just the smiling faces and friendly folks were wonderful. So thank you to the staff for that as well.
And thank you for telling us this, because sometimes we don't get to see how the interactions are, even though I know we have a fabulous staff. So that's always very meaningful. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll just say I'm just tickled to death to be back on the library board after sitting out the mandatory 4 years. And thank you all for electing me the chairman. I appreciate that. And just looking forward to a great year, and I know we'll have it.
Absolutely.
All right. Anything else?
You get the gavel.
Oh,
Yeah, will you call the meeting adjourned, please?
all right. I will call this meeting adjourned.
Thank you all.
feel
Not
like
where
it's
that
blank.
I think you could have. I think it'd
I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board on February 3rd, 2025 at 5 p.m. We do have a quorum. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from the August 5th, 2024 public hearing and August 5th, 2024 regular meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to accept the minutes.
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We do not appear to have any public comments this evening, so we'll move on to item number 3. Motion to hold 2 meetings each year in February and August. Ma'am, if you'd like to.
Yeah, so basically the reason we want to have 2 meetings a year is just to have more engagement with the board. We like getting to see everybody's faces, and we get to talk a little bit more about our program, about what we're doing, and how everybody can get a little bit more involved. And I think that it's important. You guys get to be as involved as you can with the board.
Absolutely. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
Sounds good to me.
One statement. Any other comments or questions? We will entertain a motion.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. We will be having 2 meetings annually.
Woo!
We're moving in the right direction. Item number 4, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen to add the proposed sinkhole protection language to the stormwater management ordinance.
All right, at the last meeting, I did a longer, more detailed presentation about why we needed to have a revision to the stormwater ordinance specific to sinkholes. We have now worked out the precise verbiage that needs to go to Board of Mayor and Aldermen, so I'll go briefly over that and then ask y'all for a recommendation, yes or no, for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. So I'll summarize the entire last presentation with this one slide. U.S. Supreme Court changed the scope of the Clean Water Act, or narrowed it in 2023, flowing the protection of sinkholes down to the state. The state did not pick up that ball particularly well, so we are left with no permit for filling a sinkhole, which causes problems to the citizens of the city. All right, so in the ordinance as written right now, we do have this language. Any capping of a sinkhole shall be done under the direction and approval of the city engineering department. Drainage formerly entering the capped sinkhole shall be accounted by providing stormwater calculations showing equal conveyance capacity by an alternative outfall. That wording is still good. What we are doing is providing more clarity and detail on that, because subjectivity is kind of the enemy in terms of enforcing regulations. So here you see basically, I'm not going to read all of this to you, but what we're doing in essence, as we went over it last year, if you fill a sinkhole on your property and it floods your neighbors, that's the bad thing. So we're saying we are giving them clear and detailed requirements of what engineering calculations we have to see to prove you're not going to flood your neighbors by filling your sinkhole. And so, and there's all those requirements, and the part on the right side there, drawing showing the area inundated, proposed grading plan, drawings in detail showing calculations, comparing calculations, contributing drainage area calculations, and drawings demonstrating the inundation and elevations for the 100-year, 24-hour. Yes, I want to get out of here too.
Can't wait to see these minutes.
So if you have a sinkhole on your property.
Yes, ma'am.
Which I've got 2. If it floods, or my neighbor floods, I'm not responsible.
If you modify that sinkhole.
Oh, okay.
And your modification of that sinkhole floods your neighbor in civil court, and we have an attorney here, you would be responsible.
Okay.
So what we're trying to do, and that's a good point, Ms. Skinner, what you're trying to do here is the city's trying to step in and avoid it getting to that point. We're trying to make sure that you have done your due diligence before you modify the sinkhole, so that you've got something that if you do flood your neighbors and they sue you, you can say, look, I did everything. I did this big old long list of stuff. won't completely absolve you, but it's something, and hopefully it'll keep those lawsuits from even happening.
Well,
That-
one
that's-
neighbor I'm not worried about, he's fixing to leave anyway. But my other neighbor, saying,
But this is basically guide rail, so that will add some safety, not 100%, but some safety.
yeah,
Exactly.
Okay, and here's kind of the gist of it, what we're being looking for. Any filling, capping, or change in capacity of a sinkhole which increases flood depth or flood coverage for the 100-year, 24-hour stormwater event or on other properties will not be allowed. Any filling, capping, or change in capacity of a sinkhole which redirects flow to or through a neighboring property will not be allowed. Any modifications or alteration of a sinkhole which, in the opinion of the city engineer, increase the potential for pollutant inflow into the uppermost aquifer or the subterranean stormwater system will not be allowed. So that's given the engineers and developers exactly what are the no-nos.
So on that previous slide, those steps you had on there, that's something you're already doing now. It's not additional, like drawing showing the area mandated by the 100-year, 20. All of that, is that already being done now? Or is this
They're not to the same level of detail. So yes, we do have the ordinance saying we can ask them for calculations. So what I'm doing is I am in a developer scenario, where they're doing like a commercial site plan. We're doing that now. Okay, that's a really good question, because what this does is it takes it into the single lot residential.
Now, is this additional man hours that will be, that are going to be used to do these additional steps, and where's that cost being factored?
That cost is being factored as a sunk cost, in that I'm on salary and I just got to use more hours. And I'm not exactly doing 40 hours a week now. So, but, and it just needs to be done. So that what is new is if a single family lot wants to fill their sinkhole, they're going to have to do these same calculations like a commercial or industrial would have had to in the past.
What do they do to fill it, fill it up? Is there any issue with just filling it up with gravel and calling it a day?
They can do that design. It's called an inverted filter, and that is what is generally done now. And that allows the water to flow through the sinkhole because you're just putting gravel, or you do big rocks, smaller rocks, then gravel, then dirt. And you get it looks like grass on the surface, but the water's still flowing under the ground. And that is done, and that is allowed and will continue to be allowed. That is a proper way to fill a sinkhole. We just don't want his old toilets and refrigerators and a bunch of dirt.
Well, I feel like that would.
trash and furniture and stuff like that in it.
Correct.
No concrete.
No, yeah, you can't fill it with concrete. That used to be done in the 70s, and it caused a lot of problems.
Any other questions or comments? So on this item, we'll be giving a favorable or unfavorable recommendation to the mayor and alderman?
That is the request, yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to give a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We will be sending a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen on this item.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Item number 5, discussion stormwater monitoring, E. coli and visual stream assessment. Ms. Thompson.
Hello, everybody. So every 5 years, we are required to complete stormwater monitoring, which is basically we have to do different check-ins with our streams to see how they're doing. Are they healthy for a lot of, basically for pathogens? And then another type of monitoring that we need to do is the visual stream assessment. And a visual stream assessment is basically you just walk the stream. Or in this case, we had a consultant firm walk the stream, and it was CEC Engineering. And you only have to walk the streams that are listed as impaired. So if they're impaired for pathogens, if they're impaired for like sedimentation, which is basically they just have a lot of dirt in them, which is really bad, but it doesn't sound bad when I say it that way. And so we had to do Hurricane Creek, Finch Branch, and Rock Springs Branch. Recently, East Branch of Hurricane Creek was taken off the list, so we didn't have to do that this year. It's not listed as impaired, which is good. But so basically, you walk the entire stream and you note if you see something that's irregular, something that needs to be handled or monitored over time. So basically what I took for this presentation is just to go through the different things that they found, and then to let you guys know either what we've done or what we plan to do to try and address those. So the first one on Finch Branch. Oh, also I should note, I'm not going to give anybody any exact locations of anything for right now. We want to avoid any
Confrontation.
yeah, or vigilante justice. We don't need any of that. We'll handle it. The department will handle it, or we'll host an event to do something to get it handled, basically. This is on Finch Branch. There's a collection of tires and an impediment to the flow of water. So they call that a fish barrier. So that's one of the things that they look for, is something to be so blocked up in the channel that fish wouldn't be able to swim through. So the plan is to potentially host an event, or when we do our monthly stream cleanups, have this be one of our target areas and kind of get it repaired. We had a silt fence that was left behind. So from one of our older construction sites, having a silt fence left behind can be a problem because it's basically made out of plastic, so it'll break down over time, and then you get little bits of plastic in the stream, and you don't want that. So basically we talked to the contractor and they removed it. Easy peasy. That one was easy. I liked that one. And then for this one, we had somebody that was driving through the stream bed. So basically they cut both sides and they drove through it. So since we were notified of that, it's been blocked off. They blocked it off on their own because it was more of a commercial site, so that cars can't go through it anymore. And we've been monitoring to make sure that that's not continuing to happen. We had, I did give a location for this one, but not exact. So there was just some pretty intense erosion on the side of this one. The difficult part when you have erosion on a stream bank like this is most of the time it is private property. So we can't force anybody to make a repair on that, but we can let them know that if this is to continue over time, they might lose their fence, they might lose other property, because the water doesn't stop. The water's going to keep going and it will continue to erode. So the plan is to reach out to them, let them know of the risks, and then encourage them to do what they can to improve. Then this is moving over to the Hurricane Creek section. So this is a section of pretty severe erosion that we have. Oh, that's an exact place. But that's it. But there is an exciting topic from this, is that there is some severe erosion leaving this site, but as they're doing the construction, they're planning a constructed wetland, which should slow the water that's leaving as it comes through here, with some like native vegetation and general changing of the channel to slow the water. So that is really exciting. I'm very happy that that's happening. I think it's going to be a really cool stormwater feature for us to maybe reference as we see new developments coming in and say constructed wetlands are an option. We might be able to do that as something new. And then at Rock Springs Branch, where we have some significant sediment in the stream bed. Basically, the plan for this is to continue working with contractors to make sure that we're not having breaches of our stormwater erosion control on site during construction projects. And I will say, this site actually works very hard at keeping their erosion control up to par. It just, sometimes when we get heavy rain events, accidents happen. So we're trying to make sure we can continue educating as we work with them, and then make sure all of their buffer areas are big enough to protect the water effectively. So just our next steps, knowing all of that, is we're going to try and organize some cleanups to address some of those problems. We're going to have some meetings to address some of the knowledge gaps with some of the interested parties and see if we can maybe make some improvements there. And we want to alert property owners to any potential risks that they have on their property, and make sure that they have what they need to make those repairs if they're wanting to, or the information that they need to make those repairs if they want. So the other part of our monitoring is we have to do monitoring for pathogens. So, and that is basically means we need to do testing for E. coli for any streams that have been listed as impaired for pathogens in the past. So we conducted, or CEC conducted, E. coli assessments of Hurricane Creek and Finch Branch. And we did learn that the levels were a little bit high in both of these, but we'll talk about kind of exact numbers as we go through. And just as kind of a reference, 126 CFUs per 100 milliliters is the state accepted number for, if you go over that, you're considered impaired. So that is, keep in mind, that's a fairly low number. We want it to be below that, but sometimes it's not. So we're trying. So this is a lot of numbers for Hurricane Creek, but the only ones that really matter are these ones down here on the bottom in the red box. So when you do E. coli testing, you have to do 5 separate samples in the same place. And so for this, our geometric mean, or the average of all 5 of those, was 322, which is above 126. So it's not great. So moving forward from this, and it's also important to notice that Hurricane Creek is on the border of LaVergne and Nashville. So we've already been communicating with Nashville to make sure that they're checking all of their lines that are along their side, and we're also checking all of ours. So we're checking all of our sewer lines, all our manholes, and just checking to make sure that everything we can do on the city side is done as well as possible from that standpoint. So the next stream that we did was Finch Branch. Now, nobody panic when I show, but there are things in place that we're trying to do to improve this. So, Finch Branch, this was the numbers that we had, and the geometric mean was 1,250. So, that is not a low number. The plan going forward from this one, and so the plan is to start this pretty much as soon as this meeting is over, it's in place. So the next thing that we're going to do after receiving all those numbers is to basically do a presence absence of E. coli, like an at-home test, to see if we can determine where the numbers have a significant increase. So if we can say, okay, there's no E. coli here, but there is E. coli here, then we can say, okay, maybe there's some source tracking that we can be doing to say, okay, it starts in this general area. Let's see if we can determine a specific point and focus on solving the problem rather than just like being too alarmed. And then if we can address what the problem is, we'll continue to monitor over time and see if what that was addresses the situation. And there's a lot of different things that can cause high E. coli. So the one that always feels the most alarming is like human sewage. That is obviously very stressful. And that I think is fairly easy to solve if you have that. That could be a sewer line, or it could be somebody that has a malfunctioning system on their property. But there are other causes, which would be like agriculture products, or if you have animals on your property that are producing a lot of waste and that's running into the water. That could be dogs, that could be chickens, that could be anything if it's just in a high capacity. So the plan is for us to try and figure out what the source might be and then try to find a solution and go from there. So that's the plan from our monitoring to see how we can improve things over time. Does anybody have any questions?
So timeline to get it down?
Timeline to get it down. The plan, we're doing the presence absence this week, and that takes at least after the initial testing, it'll take at least 3 days to get the results back. Then that might not be conclusive, so we're kind of trying to see where to go from there depending on what results we get back. We've also talked to Nashville a little bit about what they do, and they have some systems where they have like a DNA test where they try to test if it is human versus animal. And that can help for source tracking to see what you need to be really on the lookout for. So we're looking into that as a potential option. Yeah, so I don't have a really good exact timeline, but testing is starting right now to try and make it better.
So if they do the DNA testing, how long does it take to get those results?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm assuming, so they run, it's called a PCR, which is where you kind of are looking at some of the different molecules and things that make it up. So it would take probably a decent amount of time. We're hoping that that's not the route that we have to go, but I'm hoping the president's absence stuff will give us a little bit more clarity.
But what happens if it determines that it's mostly human DNA? What do we do then? 'Cause
Sewer leaks.
if they determine, yeah, it could be sewer leaks, it could be dumping, it could be something like that. It could be there are surprisingly a lot of reasons that there might be sewage in the water. So it could be a sewer line break, it could be dumping from a resident, it could be a commercial company, it could be something. So we'd have to try and see if we can locate where the entrance point is or where it gets worse or better, and then try and assess from there.
Now, I'm not familiar with where this Finch, what area?
There's a map in your packet.
Oh, dang it. Yeah, there is a map in the, so you'll be able to, it's in there if you want the details.
It goes essentially from the industrial side of 24 all the way to Smyrna Airport.
Okay.
It's pretty long. The levels aren't that high in the whole section, though. So it's a smaller section that we're looking at for this situation, though, which makes it a little bit easier for the presence absence stuff to have like a little bit more regimented. And then once we have a better idea of where it might start, we can talk about like potentially doing some like observations over time to see if there's something going on there that we don't know about.
Do we not do our own E. coli testing? Because those results are from the CDC, right?
CEC. So CEC is a consultant. So they did our monitoring for this year. Those were done in, I think, August of 2024.
Okay.
It was, that's what your chart said.
Yeah. So August 2024, and then they got the full report back to us like recently.
Very good. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Gary, is there anything you'd like to add on top of this?
No, sir, that concludes staff presentation.
Very good. No further questions or comments? Thank you for the report, ma'am. It's not nearly as long as years past.
I know. I was quick.
We got to the important stuff. Well, with that, I will call meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Won't you take me back to Tennessee?
The award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest info about hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. This episode is brought to you by GSM Outdoors, whose vision is to preserve the sportsman's legacy, fuel innovation, and enable the next generation of outdoor enthusiasts. Think outside. That's where you'll find us. Now, make welcome your host, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. We thank you for watching, for listening, and all that kind of stuff. We got Mr. Don King hanging out with us today.
Jason, thanks for the invite. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah.
Hearing about the deer season, the past deer season.
Yeah, we're going to touch on the past season and kind of highlight some numbers and get some recap on that. But we got Dr. Adam Edge with us today.
It's all right. Thank you for having me.
I just learned, or just got clarification that he's a doctor. That's cool.
Exactly, yeah.
So the doctor's in the house.
I don't push it too much. I forget about it myself.
That's a good dose of humility there.
Yeah, for sure. Adam's our deer program coordinator and been with us for a little while now, and we're going to meet him. This is the first time he's been on Wildcast, so it'll be a fun day.
That's right. Yeah, I guess I've only been here for, about 10 months so far.
Yeah.
So I started this position back in April of last year around the commission season setting time. And, man, it's been a whirlwind, and I've learned a lot along the road.
Learned a lot. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. So before we dive too deep, radio station, Don, you want to highlight a radio station?
Right here locally, WTN here in Nashville. We're on at 10 o'clock on Saturday mornings, and we appreciate them. They're 99.7 FM, and if you listen to that station and one of their sister stations, you'll hear some promos about the show and about what's coming up and that kind of thing. So, and when it's time to buy your license and all those kinds of things. So
we'll keep those reminders pushing, right?
Yeah, that's right.
It's always good to buy a license. Did you know if you buy a license in Tennessee, you're supporting the fish and the wildlife and conservation right here in the state. So that's why it's important to buy a license. And we maybe don't say that enough. So go purchase a license. And then also our magazine, you can purchase it out there at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Right.
Subscribe to that. Great content coming out every quarter, and you'll get the calendar too. So
right.
Real quick, this year sponsored by GSM Outdoors. We appreciate them for jumping in and sponsoring us and sending us guests, but also sending us cool gear to give away. And we're right in the middle of the fishing package. We had a fishing show just recently, and there's still time to get your name in the hat for that. So really encourage you to subscribe and follow us on YouTube, so you can watch the show and learn all that stuff. But if you tag somebody on there, that's probably going to be the easiest way for you to get your name in the hat. So tag us tag a friend in the comments. Tag a friend in the comments on Facebook and Instagram, and that way we see that you're interested.
Yeah.
So go back and watch that previous show and get your name in the hat.
See what all's in that package too.
Yeah,
they covered a lot of ground. Well, you could fish just about anywhere in the country with the stuff that they've got in that box.
And that's just a drop in the bucket,
right?
From what we're going to be covering throughout the year. We'll have some more fishing and more fun stuff for you. So, all right, we're going to jump in here with Adam. Adam, you mentioned 10 months new to the agency and knee deep in the deer program and all the fun stuff going on up in wildlife. But tell us a bit about your background.
Yeah, so I born and raised in Kentucky. I grew up a big Daniel Boone guy, but I guess I got to be a Davy Crockett guy now.
That's right.
So I went to Western Kentucky University and got my bachelor's in biology there. Was able to do some cool experiences there as far as wildlife goes. I thought I wanted to go medical route until I took chemistry.
Yeah.
And I was out on that. So I was actually able to get on board and do some research work with elephants in South Africa for a little while.
Wow.
I worked in Alaska doing some sockeye salmon escapement counts. And so I had a lucky go for my bachelor's degree working on that.
Wow, that's awesome.
Following that's when I truly got into more of the big game management, the deer, turkey, that realm. And I worked on several projects across about 3 years, doing deer capture, turkey capture, ecology projects, tracking survival, reproduction for different universities. Finally, I was accepted to grad school at University of Georgia at their deer research lab there, and ended up staying for my PhD for about 6 years there.
Wow.
And
Long
working
stint.
on a deer project there. And following that, it was I worked as a postdoc for about 6 months with Southeastern Cooperative Wildlife Disease Study and looking at some turkey disease impact stuff before getting hired on with TWRA. Back to the deer world that I really enjoy.
All right. So did you grow up in the outdoors, hunting and fishing and all that kind of stuff? What led you to it?
I did. You know, it started with a similar story to most hunters, I would say. Dad, Grandpa took me out. Started with squirrel hunting. You know, I was carrying a shotgun at 6 years old, and started deer hunting and really carrying my own weapon and all that, and took my first deer at 8 years old. And
awesome.
You know, since then, it's really been this cherished tradition to go back and hunt with my dad in Kentucky, and now I'm closer to doing that, so it really helps out.
All right, yeah.
So yeah, and really a part of me wanting to go into this field is I wanted to be a part of preserving and sustaining that experience that I had as a kid growing up to these next generations. So I hope that tradition carries on with future fathers and sons.
Right, yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. I just got back from the NWTF convention. I visited there for one of the days and ran into a group there that was promoting a father and son hunting weekends and stuff in Alabama. And I was like, man, that'd be fun to do with your son. And
yeah.
Anyway, there's a lot of cool stuff out there to get families outdoors, but there's also a lot of distractions, electronics and things like that.
Oh man,
that keep
even more
them
so
from it.
now. Yep.
But even electronics that are fun to like video games where you're hunting and makes it more fun, makes it a little more interactive. But you got to get them outside.
I had my black and white Game Boy in the '90s.
Oh yeah, Pong. Remember Pong?
That's
Yeah.
right. Well,
I don't remember that one.
Oh, okay, all right.
Take us back, Doc.
I'm really dating myself, aren't I? Todd, I've cracked him up over here. Our producer, he's doubled over.
Yeah, that's great.
Pong. You've heard the grandpa talk about that.
Yeah,
right?
definitely,
okay.
definitely. Well, awesome. Well, let's dive into our topic today. We were going to just kind of recap the deer season, talk some numbers and things like that. But statewide, we had a pretty good year on deer harvest. So jump into that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've just been crunching some numbers here, and you know, this year was the highest harvest in the state of Tennessee since the 2013-2014 season.
Wow.
So we hit about 170,000 harvests this year.
Wow.
This wasn't unique. I talked to some other state deer biologists in surrounding states, and many of those states are seeing the same thing this year. Just high harvest.
That's encouraging that maybe more people are getting outdoors. I don't know if that's what you think. It just participation was up because of what? Do you know? Have you heard or speculation?
You know, I do suspect that hunter participation was up. There was some different things going on this season. We know there was somewhat of a moderate to lower acorn crop this year in certain areas, so deer were probably moving a lot more. Weather situation, there was a lot of moisture early in the year. It was warmer, and I think that kind of jumbled all the hunters towards the back end of the season, and they made up for it.
Okay.
But yeah, as far as the hunter participation, I think it is increased this year, which is great. And the reason I suggest that is kind of the deer per hunter that we know about is about 1.7 deer per successful hunter.
Okay.
So that's every hunter on average harvests less than 2 deer a year, which is kind of amazing to think about.
Yeah.
'Cause
When there's so much opportunity.
Yes, especially in this state.
Yeah.
So that hasn't changed really in the last 5 or 6 years. So this harvest going up, it kind of points, if that's the same, there must be more hunters out there.
Yeah.
We'll know more about this when we get some of these hunter surveys out. They were actually just distributed online to a certain few randomly selected hunters, about 30,000.
So if you got one, you're special.
Yeah.
Be sure and fill it out.
That's right.
Get it back to us.
A sample set there that kind of helps y'all gauge and study that.
Exactly. And it goes in depth more than just the hunter harvest check-in. You know, we ask things about how many days they spent in the field, what weapon types they used, just how much harvest they had in general. And we can get more in the effect of what their effort was and how many participating hunters we have. Because
Yeah.
currently with our license structure, we don't truly know how many deer hunters are out there. So this can help us get at that.
Yeah.
Well, I know the harvest was up for my family. Tucker harvested 2 deer this year. I didn't get to shoot because he carried the gun in the woods. But so anyway, we added 2 to the bucket there on that one.
Hey, that's good. Put that in the freezer.
Yeah, we definitely
That
did.
was my number as well this year.
Well, speaking of that, how have you enjoyed hunting in Tennessee? Was it Tennessee hunts that?
So actually, these were Georgia deer. But
man, we got to get you out there.
Well, it was a whirlwind when I moved up here. Like I said, I got married. I got a new job. My wife got a new job. We had to find a place to live.
Oh, yeah.
And man, it
And
was
you
just
had to work.
constant struggle. But I did get about 3 days out on one of the WMAs nearby.
Cool.
And I think I saw a spike and a 2.5-year-old, about 6 point. But I let them walk.
Yeah, awesome. That's cool to hear you getting out there on public land too.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a public land hunter. That's what I do. That's what I did in Georgia a lot, and that's the challenge of it.
I bet next year will be a different story because he's got a lot of that groundwork laid now. The infrastructure is there,
Hey, if someone needs some does taken off, I've got an empty freezer. So.
All right. There you go.
For sure. We'll just we'll fill up a van and go.
That's right. That's right.
All right. Well, let's dive into some of the new stuff. The new stuff, and we mentioned this, talked about it on our show, but the new management units. But talk about the deer management units a little bit.
Yeah. So as we know, it's these units are new. Their development was actually based on a lot of the science and landscape structure in the background. So the point of these units is to have consistent units where environment, landscape structure, harvest metrics, deer biology, as far as reproductive timing, coincide as much as possible at a scale that we can actually get the data we need to represent that area.
Right.
And this is kind of where these DMUs have come from. So the great thing about it is it is actually backed by data and science based off previous harvest and just the landscape of Tennessee. Now, are they perfect? There are some county boundaries. We know these are political. They were made without deer in mind. So
imagine that.
imagine. So, but they do fit this goal very well.
Definitely.
And hopefully these can remain consistent. So we're actually comparing apples to apples in a sense of these deer populations through time.
Yeah.
And be able to monitor their natural fluctuations because there's more than hunter harvest that has to do with how these populations work.
Well, and some boundaries may have changed, some lines here and there, but the number of units that we had didn't change. I think they stayed relatively the same to the previous seasons, and so it's very similar to what you were used to. But I think it went well this year. I didn't hear a lot of issues throughout the year. So.
And kudos to the Wildlife Division for coming up with these. You guys have poured your hearts into this effort, to really get down and accurate with your counts and all.
Right. Yeah, a lot of this groundwork was luckily set before I got here, so I'm riding on everybody's backs right now, and hopefully can improve things where they need improved and get that data collection really
Good
going
deal.
at this point. So.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, top counties. So what? How did we fall there? Do you want to mention the top counties harvest this year?
Yeah, I think this is what everybody enjoys, huh? Should we get a drum roll?
There you go.
Yeah, so these top 10 counties, it's not as big of a surprise as most think. Looking back through time, these counties are fairly consistent. Order changes. That Giles County, number one.
Okay.
I think it's held that title a few times now.
Yeah.
And, with that harvest around 4,300, 4,400 is what we're looking at there. Second, we got Lawrence, and then we have Sumner, and both of those were around that 3,800 range.
So that jumped from the bottom of the state to the top of the state there.
Yeah.
Right. And but I will say, when I get through this, there is some consistencies. A lot of it's Middle Georgia or Middle Tennessee.
Middle Georgia.
Oh man! I need to.
No!
Oh.
Here, you got to rub this little orange pig since you did that. That's my Tennessee. That's my Tennessee pig.
I'll do it for you.
You may have to drop a quarter in.
But yeah, then we got Henry County at 3,700.
Okay.
Franklin, 3,600. Murray County, that's how it's pronounced here, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
I gotta figure these counties
I
out.
heard a joke though one time. It was Murray instead of Murray. That was a fun one. Yeah, no, it's Murray.
Good. I got to figure it out. I'm learning. I got 95 counties to learn.
Yeah, you got your work cut out.
So yeah, Murray County's around 3,500, 3,600. Lincoln, we're looking at 3,300. Montgomery was around 3,200. Then coming in towards the end, we got Carroll, 3,200, and Wilson was about 3,000.
All right.
So those are kind of your top five, and really that hasn't changed that much.
Yeah, it seems very similar to the past season.
Yeah,
staying right around that Middle Tennessee, Middle West kind of.
Yeah, and I kind of looked at a land cover map because me being new as well, I'm like, why is this focused? And something that was instantly observable to me is there's a lot of edge in Middle Tennessee. You got a lot of farm patches, but a lot of woods blocks in between, and there's just that Middle Tennessee area. It just looks different when you look at it on a satellite map.
Yeah. And there's a lot of big deer in the Middle Tennessee.
That's right.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, people are after them. There's a lot of deer, period, but yeah, a lot of big ones too. Awesome. Well, I'm sure folks were encouraged by that or maybe surprised. I don't know, but it's good to know those numbers and get that out there. So now the youth weekend, we had some successful hunters over the youth weekend. Not my son, but we were later in the year. But how did the youth weekends go?
Yeah, so overall, the young sportsman weekends, there was higher harvest in those this year as well compared to a few years prior. The first weekend got the most of the harvest. That's really got where a lot of the activity was for the young sportsmen.
Good time of year for the kids to get out there.
Oh yeah. It's a little cold that second weekend.
Yeah.
No, so the total this year was about 5,700.
Wow.
That first weekend held the majority of those. 4,100, and then the second weekend was about 1,600 or so.
Okay.
And then the year prior was 4,000. So we had a good jump.
Oh yeah,
that's awesome.
The young ones got something in the freezer. So
might be a little bit of that R3 working too, Jason.
I'd say that's part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Recruit, retain, and reactivate.
That's right.
Cool. That's great. All right. So let's dive into a little bit of CWD, I guess. We'll update folks on how just what the update is for CWD. Were there any additional counties added this year? Or?
There was, unfortunately. So we had Carroll County, so that makes it 18 counties total. This wasn't unexpected. You know, this county is still in the deer management, CWD management zone.
Okay.
So no regulations or anything changed as a result of this.
Right.
And that positive was actually on the county line of Henderson around Madison, which are already positive counties.
Yeah, okay.
So you know, we hope it kind of stays within that compaction zone, which, you know, unfortunately Fayette and Hardman still, they remain that core area. Of all of our positives this year, it was like 80 or 90% still came from those core counties.
Well,
so
yeah,
not much change overall beyond that Carroll County.
Okay.
Well, and the testing's still going on statewide.
That's right. That's right. We've collected close to, let me get my cheat sheet here, about 15,000 samples statewide.
Okay.
That's with deer and elk. So no elk positives.
That's a great thing.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And yeah, all the positives have still been contained within the normal zone.
And you're still monitoring. You're still taking samples across the state too. You're not just in those areas, but there's still sampling happening.
Absolutely, yeah. Each county has a quota that we follow that follows a risk-based model system, basically developed by Cornell. And sampling will continue to take place even after the deer season. So road kills and
Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So we're still on the hunt. Yeah,
Okay.
we're still out there gathering samples.
Yeah, you guys never quit working. It's like 24/7.
That's right, and I got to put it out to the managers out there that are getting on these roadsides and the officers that are helping out with this process.
Definitely.
Yep.
All right. So one thing I love to talk about, and I like the refresher. You know, this time of year, what do we need to be doing? What can we get into? And just kind of some biology here. You know, deer lose their antlers this time of year, and this is a great time to be outside chasing, looking for antlers, and that kind of thing. So just dive into some of that stuff, why it occurs.
That's right. Yeah, there's still some fun stuff to do, even though football and hunting season's over, deer season's over. Unless you're like me, you got the honey-do list to hit now.
Yep.
So yeah, the antler cycle. So we're at the point really peak in February where these antlers drop off. Now, how does this happen?
Are you kidding me? They drop off.
Yeah, they just drop off. And so, yeah, this is all dictated by day length. So as the days get longer now, which I'm glad of that.
Yeah, amen.
The deer can actually, their hormone levels will shift with that sunlight. The melatonin levels within their system shuts off testosterone production.
Okay.
And as it starts to drop, that is when the signal, there's this hormonal cocktail that signals that it's time for these antlers to pop off and you come off.
Wow.
So that'll actually get on the pedicle, which is that hard permanent bone on top of the skull. It'll activate these osteoclasts is what they're called.
Trust you.
And and that actually basically demineralizes the bone along that incision line, and that's what causes the antler to fall off.
Okay.
And there are millions of these cells, and that's why when you find a shed, the bottom of it is rough, and because that's all these osteoclasts that are demineralizing the bone structure.
Very
there.
cool. I don't know if I've ever heard it explained that
me
way.
neither.
I like it.
And who are we to argue, right?
Hey, I'm constantly learning about it myself. It's
cool.
It's a very cool cycle.
And it happens randomly, right? I mean, some deer lose them earlier, some lose them late.
That's right. And, well, it's not necessarily random. Part of it is nutrition and environment. So a lot of the deer that are in better quality, bucks following the rut, they may hold on to them a little longer, or those that are struggling a little more this time of year, they may drop them in January. So that's where February is still kind of that peak, and some may even hold it until March.
Okay. And then are the deer going to start changing, looking different? Or
yeah,
as you say,
yes.
yeah.
So
we may get calls sometimes, or people, this deer looks funny. It looks like it's sick or something. But
I do.
Things change.
There's a lot of calls that'll come in March, and a lot of that has to do. This deer looks like it's losing hair. It's patchy. It's ruffled looking. It's just rough looking. And I've had to explain this in the past, and the same thing happens in the fall. And what this is this transferring a molting, per se, of different coats. So the deer will start losing their winter coat in March, and the red summer coat will actually begin growing underneath of it. And this process, if the deer's in good condition, it's quick, and it'll only take a few days. But if there's poor condition, it'll take a little longer, but it'll give this deer this ruffled appearance and hair loss. But typically that is not the case, and it's a very common occurrence in March. That's when it'll happen.
Well, I've seen pictures and even driving the roads too, seeing them. The deer are, when they're in velvet come summer, their skin, their hair is really orange or red, and it's just totally different shade.
Yeah, just two different coats changing 2 different times a year. But that's kind of when we get the calls of this deer's funny looking.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So when they drop those antlers, we got a few more minutes here. When they drop those antlers, where's some good places to find them? I'm gonna throw a few out there. Fence rows or places they may bump something or jump something. Or
yeah, you're gonna want to look for edge now. And now, to be fair, I'm not a super experienced shed hunter. Most of the time, I've spent this time of year catching deer, turkeys for various research reasons. But yeah, you really want to hit those edges just from talking to people. Fence rows, find some deer trails that there's a lot of activity. Recently, I read a paper that they were actually trying to measure the distance between matching sets.
Okay, cool.
And he found that you will find, at least in his study, that you will find a matching set within 100 yards. 50% of those sets are within 100 yards of each other. So if you find one, I mean, do your concentric circles and work out, and there's a high likelihood you'll find the match.
Well, it's a great time to be outside. It's not too hot. and it's, you go look for sheds,
right,
scout a little bit. Now's a great time to scout, look at trails, see what the deer patterns are right now, and kind of get an idea for next season. So
yeah, that's right. And as far as just looking forward and kind of what these deer are going through right now, they are going through a nutritionally stressful period. That's what March is. That late summer or late winter, and acorns are pretty much ate up. A lot of the vegetation is gone. So just a couple things that you can do to kind of get these deer through is, there's still some green vegetation and honeysuckle and different vines and greenbriers, and cut some of these high up branches and let them drop and let deer eat this natural vegetation. Don't stomp through your known bedding areas, because deer are trying to conserve as much energy as they can right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Let them stay bed. Don't disturb them this time of year.
Yeah.
And they'll get through.
I feel that same way. I was listening to a podcast recently talking about, this is a good time to go scout even and get to know the woods even more, but I worry about that, bumping them and messing with them this time of year and during the season. So, but they were saying, don't be afraid to, you don't want to bump their beds, but don't be afraid to go in and scout and look, and those deer will come back a lot of times. But
right, yeah, and to that point, they definitely will.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with scouting at this point. It's just something to look at. If you have known thick bedding area, kind of let that area alone and look between your other patches and trails that way.
Yeah. Great time to run some cameras and things like that.
Yep.
Get
exactly.
your eyes on them.
Keep the cameras going.
And there's still time to do some small game hunting, right? I mean, you could do some squirrel hunting.
Weeks.
Yeah, squirrel hunting through March 15th. So that's fun to be out during that time. I guess that's really the only thing open right now, roughly. I'm thinking about it. Yeah, so it's
get them dogs out.
Yeah. I mean, it's a great time to get kids out, get them used to shooting a gun, getting the sights on something, and bring some squirrels home to eat.
Yeah. That's my favorite. Always has been. I love
eating. Definitely. All right. Well, this has been fun. Adam, I think we covered it all here. Looking at my notes, I appreciate you. Jumping in here today. Welcome to the agency, and keep up the good work.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you all for having me.
Don, thank you.
Sure enough. Thank you, Adam, and keep up the great work.
Appreciate you, Don.
This is Tennessee Wildcast. Keep coming back, keep watching, keep listening. Don't forget, we have got the GSM Outdoors giveaways going on right now, so get your name in the hat for the great fishing package that's out there, and we'll have more in the future. So keep coming back. We'll see you next time.
Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. You can invest in Tennessee's wildlife future by purchasing a license at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com. That's GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening and welcome to the Board of Mayor and Alderman Workshop. It is February 27th, 2025, and it is 5:30 p.m. The prayer on Tuesday night will be with Alderwoman Haas. The Pledge of Allegiance will be with Alderman Coates. Everyone should have a copy of the minutes from the January 30th, 2025 workshop and the February 4th, 2025 regular meeting. We will have a presentation for some certificates of appreciation on Tuesday night. And then we've got one for tonight from Kimley Horn with the data collection findings, the asset management services for the street paving. Who is going to kick us off for that, Mr. Dietz? Come on up, Miss Rachel Robinson.
Well, thank you guys. Kicking us off with a lot of fun stuff this evening. My name is Rachel Robinson. I work for Kimley Horn. I've worked for Kimley Horn for about 6 years. I'm in the Chicago downtown office, but I was in Nashville for about 4 years. So that's how I came to be a part of this project. And yeah, we're nearing the end of this program, of the development of a pavement management program for the city of LaVergne, and we wanted to share the findings of that and next steps. So just as a quick introduction, like I said, I work for Kimley Horn. We have offices all across the nation, including here in Nashville. And as part of that, we have pavement management experts all across the nation as well, who have worked in every region, Florida, Colorado, Boston, and as well as the South. So we have a pretty large expertise when it comes to our pavement management experience. And what we're going to be talking about tonight is how we approach pavement management and how that is going to impact the plan that we put in place for the city of LaVergne moving forward. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the findings that we have developed. So just a quick overview, the way that the presentation is going to work tonight is I'm going to give a little bit of a background on the principles of pavement management. It's typically a 5-step process that's very cyclic and iterative. And ultimately what you should keep in mind throughout this presentation is the big picture that what we're trying to do is we want to make sure that our roads that are in good condition stay in good condition. We want to stretch our budget as far as we can based on the conditions of our roadways. And it's much cheaper to keep roads in good condition than it is to fix roads that are in poor condition. So the general scope of work of this project, there was basically three steps. First steps were related to pre-field work. So this was refining our base files, our GIS shape files, and the associated attribute information that went into that. So I can get into that in a little bit more detail, but basically we wanted to understand LaVergne's roadway network from a very holistic, high-level perspective, and that included traffic data, that included what the functional classification data was, so basically what kind of road, if it was an arterial or a more local road, and then we used that file to help us in the data collection process. So we used an outside vendor to perform an automated data collection process on all of the streets within LaVergne. And the data that they gave us back, we were able to then put that into a format that was usable for industry standards so that we could understand the analysis and reporting associated with that. And I'll go into the actual data collection process in a little bit more detail in a couple of slides. But ultimately, the final deliverables, what we're after, what we're trying to get to is determining a capital improvement plan for what makes sense in terms of each year based on a particular budget. What roads can we do? What roads does it make sense to do treatments to make sure that we are stretching that dollar as far as we can. So like I said, there are several steps to pavement management. It's all a very cyclic process and iterative, so that's why it's kind of shown as a cycle. Those 5 steps really start with, what do I have, what condition is it in? And that was what we did as part of the pre-field, as part of the field work and the pre-field work. So really gathering as much data as we could on all of these roads to help us come up with a very good picture of what these roads are experiencing and how they may continue to deteriorate year over year. Then what condition is it in? We used the data collection vendor to help us collect that. It was an automated process. And then the next 3 steps, the when do I need to do work, what work do I need to do, and how much is it going to cost, those are really kind of the main parts that are going to continue to need to be refined and edited year over year. If you change one thing, that cycles through the entire cycle and other things change. So the great thing about having all the data and having the plan is having the ability to then make changes to the plan if the plan doesn't work. So as it says up here, the challenge we have, as it is with pavement work, roadway work, there's way too much work and not enough money, right? So how do we prioritize what needs to be done and when to most effectively work for us? And like I said, bottom line, we want to keep those good roads in good condition. And another big ticket item to consider is if you fix it now, it's going to cost less than if you were to wait until deterioration gets worse. It's going to cost more to fix it then. So really this pavement deterioration curve here is the basis of pavement management. All roads deteriorate. And you can think of that happens through a number of different reasons: weather, traffic, rain, water, ice. All of those things cause pavements to fail or cause pavements to deteriorate, and that deterioration is constantly changing. So the way that you can really think about a pavement deterioration curve is based on that graph that we're seeing there. You start off at 100, brand new road, and then you have, as you go over time, you start experiencing some gradual deterioration up until you reach a point that we call the yield point. And basically, what that represents is a drastic drop off in terms of condition in a short amount of time. So the goal for pavement management is to stay ahead of that curve and make changes, do our fixes on the front end of that curve before that drop-off point. So that's what we're aiming for. And the reason for that is because it is cheaper to make changes in that first section of the deterioration curve than to wait until we get all the way to the end. So what we like to say in the industry is that involves applying the right treatment at the right place at the right time. So as I said, we did an automated data collection, and that was using one of these automated data collection vans. Our vendor was called ICC, and they specialize in these multi-million-dollar vans that are equipped with all kinds of sensitive, all kinds of equipment that is sensitive to the tiniest, smallest distress on a roadway surface. So that's lasers and cameras and actual even vibration monitors to help us understand the actual severity of the deficiencies that we're seeing on our roadways. And the great part about it is that all of this stuff is attached to the van. The van is able to just drive at regular speeds and collect this data over thousands and thousands and thousands of segments of slices of road each time. So it's gathering all of this data that involves the extent, length, widths of cracks, taking photos, allowing us to understand the severity of any sort of raveling or other deficiencies, potholes that may be seen within along the segment. And the data collection vendor hands over all of this raw data to us. and then we will actually take that raw data and develop it, put it into a method or into a scoring system that is industry accepted, and that's according to this ASTM D6433 methodology, which I'll talk about just briefly on the next slide. And then the goal would be, we want to, like I said, pavements are constantly changing. The goal would be to inspect these pavements on a regular basis. So usually we see 3 to 5 years for the re-data collection to make sure that we understand the next snapshot in time for all of our roadway network. So like I said, ASTM is a national testing authority throughout the United States that really gives a lot of industry standards on all kinds of different practices, and pavement condition for roads and parking lots is part of that. This standard basically uses an index called the Pavement Condition Index, with 100 being excellent and 0 being failed, to help us really put all of these different segments on a like scale so that we can actually make the decisions that we need to make about them. And this standard, very, very boring to read, but basically goes through all of these different deficiencies and how different types of deficiencies that we're seeing in roadways make how that corresponds to a pavement condition index score. And this is just a graphic to kind of illustrate that a little bit more. So distress, the type of distress that we're seeing, the severity of that distress, and then the quantities that we're seeing of that distress across the entire roadway, all of those items are considered and put through our ASTM analysis so that we can really take all of that raw data and make it into a usable, understandable scale, and that is the PCI scale there. So those scores really help us because they correspond to the pavement deterioration curve, and that curve can help us determine what type of treatments make sense to do when. So if you think about it, really bad roads, the ones with all of the potholes, and you may experience like a lot of raveling or rutting or anything like that, very uncomfortable to drive on, and also just have a lot of deficiencies in them. Those are going to be our more expensive roads to fix. Typically that's because we are seeing the issues may go further than just the surface. It may be the actual structure underneath the pavement. That's why there's so much more expensive to fix. So those roads, we're going to see more expensive treatments on the bottom of the graph. But those other roads, especially those on the higher end of the graph, they're still going to deteriorate, and we want to come up with a method, different type of method to maintain all of those roadways in their good condition for as long as we can. So it's kind of finding a sweet balance, a sweet spot to balance the cost and performance of roadways. So next step is really to work with the client to define the treatment toolbox, which we did with the Public Works Department to come up with what makes sense for each different level of condition. And really these treatments, it depends on the region that you're in, it depends on the type of material the roadway's in, depends on the available labor that is in that local market. So these can really vary across different municipalities, and it comes down to really what the goals of each municipality is. So we have a lot of tools in our toolbox, and so that makes it more accessible for us to try a bunch of different things. And then ultimately, at the end of the day, the most important question is how much is it going to cost? And the way that we think about pavement management is we want to explore different options for us. Ultimately, the goal is to make data-driven decisions and enable and equip communities to make data-driven decisions for the goals that they have in place for their future. So it's really ultimately kind of what comes down to a budget versus performance target-driven analysis. So do we want a roadway network that is as good as we can get at 100, or do we want to stick to a specific budget year over year? And for most people, that usually falls somewhere in between those two options. And then the other big question that we want to usually understand is the consequence of deferral. And what I mean by that is, what are those roads that are in bad shape? And if we wait another year, 2 years, 3 years, and they're in worse shape, how much is that delta going to be between what it could have been now versus what it's going to be then? So as part of this project, the city now has access to Kimley Horn's technology solution for asset management called DRIVE. That stands for Database for Roadway Inventory Visualization and Evaluation, a bit of a mouthful. But this is a web-based software that Kimley Horn developed in tandem with some of our practice partners who are experts in the field to develop a proprietary equation to help us come up with the calculations in this software. And essentially what the goal of this is, it's a tool for the city to explore different scenarios. It's budget-driven scenarios, performance-driven scenarios, and then see how their roadway network stacks up over time based on those scenarios. And this can ultimately help us develop a multi-year plan, which is the final deliverable of this project, along with a report detailing our findings. But ultimately, the multi-year work plan for the next 5 years is what we're trying to develop here. So now we'll get into the results of the actual analysis for this project. So on a network level, and these are all screenshots actually from DRIVE, on a network level, LaVergne is performing, LaVergne's roadway network is performing very well at a 71.5. That falls into just barely the satisfactory category. And one thing to keep in mind with this is it's very, very difficult to get to a 100, other than if you're repaving every single road every single year. So 71.5, that's typically a very, very good score that we see for these kinds of assessments. Let's see. And ultimately, my biggest suggestion with this kind of a score is we're already doing some of the things that we need to be doing. How do we maintain those conditions year over year? So some of the other things that DRIVE is able to tell us, we're able to stack up how different scenarios compare against each other. So for instance, I created a scenario for our basically an unconstrained money is no object. How much work do we have to do if money is no object? That is the red, it's a little hard to see, but that is the red scenario there. For the another scenario that I did was the CIP maintain condition scenario, and that's orange. Basically, that's saying how much money is it going to cost us if we keep our 71.5 over the next 5 years. And then the blue is our existing budget of $900,000 and how that stacks up against these other scenarios. So that's the first picture there on the left, top left, is that condition summary. You can see that, you might be able to see, I don't know, it's a little bit far away. In 2025, like I said, the existing PCI is 71.5. For the existing budget scenario, the PCI in 2029 would drop a little bit to 67.58, which means that the $900,000 budget that is currently in place does lead to a small drop in condition over the next 5 years if that budget stays the same. Maintaining that condition of 71.5, you can see that At the end of 2029, obviously, we are higher than what we would be at if we maintained that existing budget. Over on the next image there on the backlog summary, basically this is a breakdown of how much work do we have to do even after we've gotten through all of our budget for each year. So we've got $900,000 each year. How much work is there still left to do each year after we've done that work? Again, the blue is the existing budget, and you can see that that's slightly rising year over year. And ultimately, the amount of work required in the backlog for the existing condition in 2025 would be $35 million. And in 2029, maintaining that existing condition of existing budget of $900,000, that backlog would grow to $42 million. So slightly would definitely grow a little bit there. And then for the maintain condition category, for the budgeted treatment, you can see that or the maintain condition, you can see that those bars are remaining pretty steady, the same with the amount of backlog, mainly because you're maintaining those conditions. The bottom left there is the budgeted treatment summary. That's essentially how much money we're spending each year. And you can see that in 2025, if we had an unconstrained analysis, we would be spending $35 million. Obviously, that's not the case. So in this case, in the existing budget scenario, we're obviously still spending $900,000, but for the cost to maintain the condition of 71.5 year over year for the next 5 years would be $2.5 million for a budget. And then this final graph over here is really just a cost by treatment type breakdown with different types of treatments being the different colors. And you can kind of think of that falling into a few major buckets of preventive maintenance, minor rehabilitation, and then full reconstruction. And what we typically want to see here is what we're seeing. It's a good mixture of different types of treatments each year. So working with staff at Public Works, the goal would be, based on this analysis, the goals would be for 2024 to 2025 fiscal year, Old Nashville Highway and Sand Hill Road would be the two roadways that would be funded for treatment. And that, you can see there that in Drive, we were actually able to develop costs associated with that. It's a mixture of 3-inch mill and overlay and full depth reconstruction. And the reason for that is some of the roadway segments that we saw, there were some significantly more deteriorated sections. We would want to make sure that all of that, the bad subbase was removed and we put back good subbase, and everything was on the same level of, so that moving forward, as that road deteriorates, it will deteriorate more in line with the rest of the roadway. So I guess one thing I did not mention here, so that totals between those two roads, redoing them in totality, Old Nashville Highway and Sand Hill Road, that grand total is $1.4 million. And this is just a graphic showing what the extents of what that treatment would look like. So it would be the entirety of Old Nashville Highway in LaVergne and Sand Hill Road within the limits of LaVergne. So that it concludes the presentation, and would be happy to answer any questions.
So I'm looking at the map, and it's a little difficult to zoom in on it because it's not scaling, but I'm seeing a large number of roads that are either grayed out or just don't really have a coloring for them at all. Is there a plan to go over those or with the truck, or were those, is there a reason for them to not be included in this?
So that, do you mean on this image here, or on the other image?
It's that, there you go. Thank you, Glenn. Yes, like I can see what appears to be part of Jones Mill Road is grayed out. I can see portions of Lake Forest.
Is that Blair Road grade?
So it's a dark gray, which means that I think it's just listed as missing. But is there a plan to go back for those roads? Blair Road is major road. Jones Mill is very big for everyone coming in and out of Morningside. I think there's portions of, no, Hollandale did get hit, but there's portions of Lake Forest that are completely missing.
Not sure if, let's see. Mike, I'm not sure if maybe some of those were some of the ones that were excluded.
Yes, sir. So, Mayor, Alderman, good afternoon. So, there may be some work that needs to be done on the network map, but overall, we went through this with a fine-tooth comb with Todd Schroeder over at Codes. We excluded a lot of the roads that were previously listed as public. They're actually private. So we will look at that. However, our recommendation to Kimley Horn was to go ahead and do Old Nashville this year as well as Sand Hill.
Mm-hmm.
Sand Hill kind of concludes, wraps up, I should say, our previous plan that was a 3-year plan, because we wanted to try to get all the collector roads coming in and out of Lake Forest. It was in what we feel severe need, which I believe supports that off of the study here. Old Nashville Highway, it's been discussed multiple times over the years by this board and others that obviously it's deteriorating and it needs something done. We understand that there's a project to widen that road sometime down the near future, but I think reality is, as we see today's dollars, that's going to be prolonged for some time. So I feel like based off the citizen complaints that we've received, we should really make that a priority. And then obviously to answer your question about Blair Road, that is obviously a multi-million-dollar project that is currently underway. So Blair West would be under that South Water. Blair Road, we would look at as far as incorporating next year or potentially the year thereafter. We would want to follow the drive plan after this fiscal year, year in and year out, and where those dollars, how they play out.
It also looks like East Nurse Drive in front of the new building is not on here.
Okay.
Looks like there's just a big gap in between there.
I do see that, yes, sir. So again, we can do some cleanup with the map, and again, it may not, I know you said it wasn't to scale, it should still be showing up, but we will look at that internally on our end. That will be on the city's portion to get back to Kimley Horn to get it updated, but that's kind of our foresight as far as why we chose to pay the roads were recommended to be paid for this fiscal year.
Do y'all see any other ones to recommend that he has a look at that doesn't appear to be on here?
If you're more in Lake Forest, some of them are not shown on there.
Yeah. We can circle around after the meeting and try to pick through on something that's a little bit more scalable.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And again, this is a plan. This is something we wanted to present because, year on in, year out, Doug and I, we make a decision on what roads we feel like need to be paved in the city. We wanted something that actually had some teeth as far as condition that we could utilize as a tool in our tool belt, and we can follow. So hopefully if we can follow this, maintain this, hopefully Danielle can get us about $2.5 million per year to maintain that PCI score would be great. But our goal is to stay in that satisfactory range.
What is your time frame for the 5-year plan?
The time frame for
She mentioned in there about developing a 5-year plan.
Well, this is part of the 5-year plan. Obviously, once we do Old Nashville and Sand Hill this year, that will come off. Those roads will turn green, and then we will assess the drive software. We will make a determination based off the biggest needs that the software is telling us needs to be paid. We'll look at our budget dollars, and we'll bring it to the board for recommendation year on and year out, or
Okay.
year in and year out.
Okay, sorry, I was just thinking more of something that shows us what the current priorities are, and then, of course, it changes year to year.
Yep, and it will change as we make improvements. This map's gonna, we want to see as much green on that map as we can possibly get.
Indeed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this program we have access to, so like if the board chooses, instead of $900,000 a year, it chooses, let's just say 2 million or $1 million, we then can access the software to say, this is what the board has allotted for the improvements, and then some of these items may change depending on what the plan is and how much money's available.
That is correct. You could forecast that amount.
Correct.
Yep.
And you can, the software even allows you to get in there and actually make changes to that plan. So we may decide that we don't want to do some of the roads that are being suggested by the software, and we have the ability to go in, remove those roads, and add back the roads that we do want to do, and develop that plan.
Okay.
And we met today, we went over the software. I would like to mention that you will see in some areas, like certain segments, it may recommend different types of work within that one segment. Obviously, our goal will be to do the entire stretch of roadway while we're there. That way, as the condition decreases over time, it's more consistent across the entire city versus piecemealing it all together, if that makes sense.
And this will add in new roads as well as we create them?
Sir?
This will add in new roads as we create them?
Yes, sir. Actually, we talked about that today. We will have our mapping department send the shape files to Kimley Horn to update them, probably on an annual basis. It won't be, all the time. So.
Yes, this is a living and breathing tool that the city has at their disposal to keep up to date with the changes that are going on within the city. So removing roads or adding roads being paved, and conditions changing. We want this to be a usable tool for to serve the goals of the city moving forward in terms of the paving program.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
No pressure, Danielle, but 2 to 3 million you've got to find. Moving on to our public comment period, we've got Miss Brenda Bryant, who signed up, wants to talk to us about an ERAP grant.
Good evening, Mayor, Alderman, city leadership. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I just want to take a few minutes of your time and just share with you a program. I'm Brenda Bryant, by the way, and I'm with Life of Victory International Christian Ministries, located right here in LaVergne, Tennessee, off of Bain Road. And we are one of only 3 HUD-approved housing counseling agencies in the whole county, Rutherford County. And we just got awarded a $500,000 grant to provide emergency rental assistance to the area. And we're specifically honing in on LaVergne, Tennessee. And we have the potential to receive another additional $500,000 between now and July. So we're excited about that, excited to work with the residents in LaVergne and the entire Rutherford County. And we thought that if I came here tonight, I'd probably get more people that I can share this good news with that are in leadership in LaVergne, Tennessee. But anyway, we're not just giving money to people. Actually, part of the program is to provide housing stability services. And what that means is that we provide comprehensive housing counseling in order to help stabilize their homes. So we offer case management service in addition to that. And we have a staff of about 7 people. So we're excited about this new program here in LaVergne. And again, like I said, it's where we can actually pay back due rent, current rent, and 3 months going forward. So again, I just wanted to make sure I introduced this program to you all so that you all can share this good information with others in the community who may need it to help stabilize our communities and our families. And that's what it's all about, is building strong communities. And that's what we want to do here in LaVergne, Tennessee. And I'm proud to stand before you all and be a part of that process.
Oh, good job, amazing work. And I know I regularly see some people reaching out, so I will make sure to get them directed your way.
Would you like some flower? A flower?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Brenda.
Congratulations, ma'am.
You should probably give one to Ann Smith. She's our public information officer. She can get that online for us.
Okay, moving on. On Tuesday, we will have our departmental reports. Then moving on to old business, second reading ordinance 2025-03, an ordinance to amend Title II of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding boards and commissions, etc. Again, this is second reading. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to 6, second reading ordinance 2025-4. An ordinance to amend Title I, Chapter 1, Section 1-103 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the public comment period. And this incorporates some of the items that Alderwoman Hobbs had asked for. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to number 7, second reading ordinance 2025-05, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 drug fund budget. And this is a budget amendment of $35,000. It's for tied with our ballistic vests. Any questions? Okay, number 8, second reading ordinance 2025-06, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule regarding impact fees. Again, this is second reading. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to the consent agenda. First item we've got under approve or reject city bids and purchases. We've got the buy board contract purchase for ballistic vests for the police department SWAT team, which is part of that budget amendment we spoke about a minute ago. So this is $34,249.45. This will come out of the drug fund. Does anyone have any questions on this? Seeing none, we're going to go on to bid construction for Brookside Park. This is one we've been talking about for quite a while. The low bid for the construction of the neighborhood park. The recommendation is to award that bid to Solomon Builders for a lump sum amount of $452,000. Does anyone have any questions on this? Okay, moving on to number 3, approve amended purchase of shipping containers for temporary fire training facility. So this is basically a revised quote, and the revised quote for the containers is $33,250. There's adequate funds in the line item for this, but yeah, we've had some issues with this, with these containers. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to B, approve renewal of the cooperation with civil law enforcement officials agreement with the Department of Navy Naval Surface Warfare Center for equipment to be used by the police department. And this is, I know it sounds like it's big equipment. This is night vision goggles. And this is $6,000. So it's going to be 20 sets. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to C, approve amendment number 2 to the agreement for engineering services with CTI Engineers for the Fergus Road Interceptor Sewer Project. This is for additional work in that project, and it is not to exceed $7,743. And so, does anyone have any questions about this? I know I will ask one of our assistant city administrator or engineer, whichever one wants to answer, because I keep getting asked regularly for updates, but what is the ETA for this project to be completed? Gary or Kyle? Don't jump, don't knock yourselves over to answer.
I think Gary pointed to Kyle first.
I went back to him.
That's gonna work out well on your performance review, Gary.
Yeah. Which one? Yeah, the Fergus is basically, this is not, are you thinking this one is Cheney?
No.
Okay, well, the Fergus is pretty much, we're in design, and they've run into an issue with the existing sewer not being at the slopes and the elevations that they're supposed to be at. So we've had to have additional survey and stuff. So that's what this one is, but it has not started yet. And as far as the completion, we will hopefully have this one. We still got to get some easements for it. So we'd be looking at probably 4 or 5 months from now with a construction start time, and then it should take, I think the last time we talked was about a year, wasn't it, Deeds?
Okay, so basically, we're looking at 18 months, roughly.
Probably. And like I say, I know, I was thinking you was talking about the Cheney again, the Cheney Woods that everybody's worried about. That's still ongoing, and hopefully that one would be done. I think it was June, correct?
Maybe. Okay, any other questions on this? Okay, D, approve amendment number 4 for the professional services agreement with Reagan Smith Associates LLC for the design phase services for the proposed South Waldron Road widening project. And this is basically an additional cost of basically $13,250. So the line item for this in the budget is $3,000. So we would need to do a budget amendment to if this passes. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to
Just real quick, what's the reason? Just matter of interest, Carl. Do you know what the add-on is for?
This one isn't me.
Okay, all right.
This guy.
Come on, Gary.
Gary's
Step on
got
up.
the next 4 or 5.
And with my name's on it, I stand up here. What we've done, we've been looking at Lake Road particularly, and all the traffic going on there in the school. And we had a big sit-down with the Rutherford County and with other folks in the area and one of the property owners. And routing utilities around our construction was going to take a great deal of extra time if we had to shut that water line and sewer lines down. So this is a redesign to widen out the section and get the utilities outside of the road so we can get the utilities routed around and then do the construction and minimize the amount of downtime and inconvenience to the property owners in the area.
Thank you, Gary. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Gary, what type of utilities are we talking about? Is this sewer? Is this?
The sewers are force mains that we're actually talking about, and the water line.
And as we've learned a couple of years ago, people will get upset without water. So moving on to E, approve amendment number 5 for professional services agreement with Kimberly Horn for the construction phase services for the proposed Blair Road West Extension project. And total costs for this service, for the additional services, is going to be $81,900. This will also have to have a budget amendment.
It's 841.
841. Did I say 49?
You said 81.9 is what I heard.
Sorry.
Just want to make sure.
My eyes are reading it right, but I'm not saying it. So this would also require a budget amendment. Does anyone have any questions? F, approve a professional service agreement with Kimberly Horn and Associates for the preparation of the ADA transition plan. And Gary, I know this one is you, so you can't default to Kyle on this. But do you want to talk a little bit about the Murfreesboro Road project and a little bit of Waldron, I think?
Well, okay.
For the ADA.
Well, the ADA is the overall city.
Yes.
We're required by TDOT to have an ADA transition plan to look at all of the sidewalks, all of the parks, all of the buildings in the city. We were supposed to have that done several years ago, so we are right now deficient on that. And so we
originally thought we could do it internally with in-house staff. We proved categorically that we could not. So we are working with a consultant. Several consultants submitted. Kimley Horn has done, they helped TDOT set these things up. So they are the most experienced, and they have done many of these plans in Middle Tennessee and throughout Tennessee. So they were the clear front runner to get awarded this project. It's going to go hand in hand with the pavement, because by law we are required, if we do a resurfacing project, we have to bring all of the associated intersections up to ADA. If we do not, we can get, if you pardon the pardon, hammered by the federal government. So we budgeted roughly $600,000 for it. They're projecting a ceiling of $450,000. So we're recommending Kimley Horn. But this is a citywide project and report similar to what you just got presented on the pavement rehabilitation.
And this is required for any grant funding and stuff like that.
Yeah. Anything else?
Any questions? G, approve facility use permit with the YMCA for a youth soccer program. And that is exactly how it sounds. It is for the permit length would be 3 months, August through October. There is no associated costs with this. They're going to provide the supplies to paint the fields and the equipment. Is that still correct, David? Yes. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to H. Approve change order number 6, final, with Romac Construction Company for the construction of the new Fire Station 41 headquarters. And so this is our final, basically, change order, and it dropped, the original approved contract amount drops, which is what we like. So we should have a final payment going to them of just under $350,000. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to I, approve a master services agreement with Flock Group Incorporated for trial evaluation of an automated license plate recognition system. The deputy chief, Captain Call, myself, I want to say Detective Durham, and
Detective Noakes.
And Detective Noakes. We met with Flock just a couple of weeks ago and went through their program where we have some concerns with ours that they could help bridge the gap and improve what we're doing. So this is to set up a trial with them. There's no cost to conduct the trial evaluation. We have a representative from Flock if anyone has any questions about their program. Moving on to J, approve agreement for engineering services with CTI Engineering Incorporated for the design and construction of a replacement for the Walnut Ridge low pressure sewer system. This is just like it sounds. It's dealing with 66 lots that currently have septic systems. The cost for design, bidding, and construction phase is $98,400. Does anyone have any questions? Moving on to new business, first reading ordinance 2025-07, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 6 of the LaVergne Municipal Code by adding sinkhole protections to the stormwater management ordinance. This received a favorable recommendation from the Stormwater Appeals and Advisory Board on February 3rd, 2025. This is, again, just like it sounds, it's adding sinkhole protections. So we went through a nice presentation on how some people will fill them versus how it's best to fill them so they don't flood their neighbors. So, but this goes through a whole bunch with that. And the Stormwater Advisory Board did unanimously approve a favorable recommendation with this. Does anyone have any questions? Number 11, first reading ordinance 2025-08, an ordinance to amend Title 14, Chapter 1, Section 14-105, and Title 14, Chapter 8, Section 14-809 of the LaVergne Municipal Code regarding the public comment period. And this is just makes changes for the public comment periods for Planning Commission, Stormwater, Appeals and Advisory Boards, and it adds just another venue for them to be able to sign up. Does anyone have any questions? Number 12, first reading ordinance 2025-09, an ordinance to amend the fiscal year 2024-2025 general fund budget. This is a budget amendment. It's for $60,000 to cover assist advanced and increase to some of our software costs. Does anyone have any questions on that? Number 13, first reading ordinance 2025-10, an ordinance to amend the City of LaVergne fee schedule by creating a special assessment zone known as the Waldron Road Sanitary Sewer Special Assessment Zone. This is essentially a special assessment zone for improvements that are coming to that area. The total is $4,019,293.34. So what this would do is it would add $3,300 per new residential dwelling unit and $58.50 per acre for commercial development in this special assessment zone. And this is to recoup the costs associated with those improvements. So essentially, as my good friend Mayor Joe Carr says, this would be growth paying for growth because this is new development paying with this special assessment zone.
Mayor, if I can, just so to explain a little bit, if everybody will go to page 233 of 305, I can explain a little bit how we come up with these values. Pretty much, if y'all remember, y'all approved the bid for this project, and the idea behind it was to get sewer to this area and have the, like what you're saying, the developers and the growth pay for growth. So what we did is we took the bid amount, and all of our pump stations will need, as y'all have known, for projects y'all have approved in the past and continue to approve, they'll need rehab or replacement or upgrades every so often. So we did not think that was fair, that just that area pays for those. So what we did is we took the work that was associated with the pump station improvements and took that out of the base bid, but we added back the engineering fees for the total project. So that's that $4,019,293 figure. All right, then we tried to come up with what we thought was a best, I didn't even say guess, it's really just a best estimate for what our current zoning is in some areas out there, what the zoning on the proposed new zoning ordinance map would be in these areas, to come up with how many units we think will be developed out there, so we can come up with what is a fair residential unit price, because we don't want to go low and say there's only going to be so many and we end up with a very high assessment fee, but we also do not want to have a very low assessment fee and only so many houses be built and it never get paid back. So the whole idea behind this is to find a reasonable amount, you know, with logic of how many dwelling units we think can fit in this zone. And that's where we've come up with these figures. So, I mean, if you got any questions on any of that, just let me know. I can walk through some more of the numbers or kind of the idea behind what we've done. And one other thing I would mention is we do have to have, per state law, to do an assessment zone, we've got to have some advertising or meet advertising requirements and notification requirements. So if y'all are okay with these figures, we'll ask that this is deferred to the next meeting, to where we can work with Evan and get out the proper notifications and stuff like that if y'all are okay with these amounts. If you don't like these amounts and you don't want to do an assessment zone, that's fine too. We cannot move forward with it, but the intent, like I say, of the project was that the development out there pay for this project, and that's what we're trying to put together for you.
The Schaffner property is not part of this.
No, Schaffner is 243 Blair Road. That goes to the Smyrna Basin, so that does not get included in this.
Okay. I know they're on septic right now, but there's more to, they've had discussions over the last 2 years of development.
That's in the sewer, Smyrna sewer basin. Let me try to find the basin map. Page, I don't know what page I'm on. It's go back 4 pages up, Glenn. There's a map that shows you the properties that.
Is this for new dwellings only? Just new dwellings? This won't affect people in Walnut Ridge?
Anybody who's not connected to sewer currently, and they connect to sewer, so like Walnut Ridge, those 67 lots are included in this assessment zone, because if they connect to this sewer, then they have to pay or help pay for this project. So yes,
they'll have this additional fee if they decide
anybody who connects to the sewer that's either in this basin or if it drains through this basin. So if we end up having, like what the mayor's mentioned, is 243 Blair Road. So when you see those dark brown tracks, the first one that's white, that's a very large tract.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say half of that ends up coming to us that we've not accounted for. We would look to make sure our sewer could account for it, and it doesn't put us over capacity. They would have to pay that fee also. So it's pretty much anything that's in this shaded area or anything that will drain through it.
Any new customers tying into
Any new customers. So if
sewer.
So anybody in Arbor Ridge that's pulling a building permit, they'll pay that $3,300 residential fee. Arbor Ridge, of course, is a PDR, so you have commercial component to that. And, we have Intergov is what we use for our building permits right now and how we assess the fees. So an easier way than trying to get information from the commercial in the future of something that's could be arbitrary. It's basically, this is the fee per acre. So if you have a 10-acre site, we put in the 10 acres multiplied by that figure that you saw. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now, if you are okay with those amounts.
Any other questions? Moving on to 14, Resolution 2025-03, resolution to amend the social media policy for the city of LaVergne. This just deals with some commenting standards as far as we've seen some groups posting both on PD and fire department in regards to commercial ventures, advertising, spam, junk, comments that aren't even remotely related to the topic that is out there. This is basically adding to that policy, deals with profane language, also goes through, it talks about official city accounts and having those set up. Does anyone have any questions about that? I'm going to say this one, very long overdue. Resolution 2025-04, resolution to approve a land acquisition policy for the South Waldron Road widening project. This is exactly how it sounds. So this is with JMT, and the cost of this is varying depending on property owners ultimately, if they're willing to voluntarily transfer property to the city within 30 days of that offer. Does anyone have any questions on that? Number 16, Resolution 2025-05, a resolution to accept Phase 2 of Carruthers Crossing subdivision. This received a favorable recommendation from the Planning Commission on January 28th, 2025. We basically, it's just like normal. It's an acceptance of a phase of subdivision. I know this went through Planning Commission for several months to get everything taken care of. But if accepted, there'd be a 1-year bond for maintenance. Does anyone have any questions? Number 17, Resolution 2025-06, a resolution of the City of LaVergne Board of Mayor and Aldermen to declare property owned by the city to be surplus to the city's needs and directing disposal of the same. You see various, with the police department, a vehicle, some plastic cans, metal waste, some brass meter chambers, that sort of thing. Any questions? Moving on to 18, appoint or remove board and committee members. First, we've got the Beautification and Arts Advisory Committee, and we have an applicant. Hallelujah. Ashley Brunley has applied for that board. So this will be on the agenda for Tuesday night. If anybody else would like to apply, they just need to get that in Monday noon.
Yes, that'd be fine. And also I wanted to mention, we do have a new online form to apply for boards and committees, so you don't have to do the paper version anymore. So just go to our website and take care of that.
Wonderful, wonderful. And I'm sure we can incorporate that form in with our social media posts. Thank you, Ann. Moving on to Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. We have got 1 term vacant, and we have 2 applicants for that one. So this will also be on the agenda for Tuesday night.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to, when you go to the second page of it, it's at the very top. So.
Okay, I got it.
So if anyone else would like to apply, again, you can fill it out online or in person, Monday by noon. With that, we're going to move on to Mayor and Alderman comments. Alderwoman Hobbs. Alderman Coates.
Nothing this evening.
Alderwoman Haas.
Enjoy the nice weather.
And I will say that I've got nothing as well, so we will call this meeting adjourned.
Oh Yeah.